I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't know why I pinned Patch's message up there. I don't know why I pinned Meep, but you know what? Fuck it. We're gonna roll with it.
Fuck it, we ball.
to everyone in chat and to my wonderful co-host, I say a good meep to all of you. My name is GirafaStev. I'm the president of the Lawn Boy Club, the large enjoyer of gaming, wrestling, keto cookies and cream paste, which my roommate made this evening, and my stinky cat. Tonight, we will be wrapping up the road to WrestleManias in SmackDown vs. Raw 2011 with the one and only, the man who is only, at this time, one night away from retiring, John Cena! But what is this? I got a fucking Wabata doing Muppet right next to me. Can you tell us your name, sir?
Hello, everyone. My name is Post. I am host of the PostModernArtPodcast, a podcast dedicated to giving artists who are wanting the world over the platform they deserve.
He is fucking good at doing all those things and more. One of my favorite bits of trivia about him is that when he, before he did his podcast, he was doing shit like this even before his podcast because he had the one and only Brian Zane on like one of his like college radio shows, I think.
That it was a podcast that I did in college with my buddy. The podcast was called What the Wrestling. I think it's still up.
Ah, that's so cool.
Yeah, I know, right? But you could thank my buddy. Guy's name is Jay, but he goes on the Independents because he's a wrestler now. Goes on the Independents as Jack Miles, the sweeper Jack Miles.
Dude, we need to watch a Jack Miles match before we start the show tonight.
I could actually find that, actually, believe it or not, because he wrestles for a promotion called Kraken Pro Wrestling, and they post their episodes like all the time.
Dude, that's so fucking sick.
Yeah.
please give the sauce to the Lawn Boy Club.
Oh yeah. No, trust me, I got you covered. I just need to find. There is a very particular episode that I need for us to find because I want to give him the good rub more than anything.
All right,
else.
great. We gotta put him over strong here, brother.
Oh, absolutely.
We gotta go out there and make him look strong, pal.
Yeah, absolutely. But anyways, back to the original point while I'm still looking this up or whatnot. So again, my buddy, he started this podcast called What the Wrestling. One of the first things that we decided to do is like, hey, I was watching Brian Zane do a live stream of like 2K, and I just decided to message. I was able to message him through the chat or whatnot and be like, hey, would you be down to hop on the podcast? Like, because me and my buddy are doing this like podcast. And he's like, yeah, sure, just send me an email. Sent the email. Next thing you know, we had him on the podcast talking to him. I was so green back then. It was rough.
Dude.
But it was a fun rough, you know? Like, I can look back on that and be like, you know what? That's where I came from. That is my origin story.
Dude, you gotta like try that method again. Like 10 years later, you gotta like reach out to him and try to get him on the podcast again. That'd be sick as fuck.
You know what? Fun fact. I did try to reach out to him.
Oh,
what was it when it was close to like SummerSlam time? But he never got back to me. So I'm not closing the door on it. Obviously, I just need to,
right. Like if they don't,
I need to find the right opportunity.
Sure. Because like if they don't get back to you, there's really not much of a point in continuing on. Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah.
Sure.
Nothing against the guy. Okay. Let me see.
Okay, great.
I can find the right point because I think I got the match.
All right, we got to go over to the sharing screen for this shit.
Right. Oh yeah, absolutely.
And to answer your question,
starts more than anything else.
To answer your question, Ritsu, Stev, when will you sign John Cena to your TNA save? Well, in my 2004 TNA like eFed, I'll get it when we get the Spike TV deal if we ever get to that point. In terms of our modern day save with Patchwork Queer, you know what? if I just give TNA enough Concoin, then maybe, just maybe, they'll have enough money to sign John Cena. Because I don't know,
There you
Cena
go.
Cena versus goddamn Joe Hendry would be beast. I don't know about you, but that would be at least one thing I would like to see.
Why has that why did that not happen? That was the one thing I hoped that we would have made happen, but unfortunately,
Because we gotta put over
we can't have
TNA
nice
strong, dude.
things.
Because we gotta put over
I'm fine
NXT
with it.
strong, you know?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Because that's the one thing they need to be put over hella strong.
by s- by making Trick Williams the TNA champion. Uh, they also signed Roman to their
That was fun at first.
at first. When did
Yeah,
it
legitimately, it was fun at first.
when did it stop being fun?
After it got to a certain point, the first time he beat Mike Santana, that's when it stopped being fun.
The first time. Yes. No, you know
Yeah,
what?
because
You know what? I changed my mind. I want Cena versus Mike Santana. That would be more beast. Uh, I changed my fucking mind. I honestly think that would be fire. Uh,
I thought I had it. Where did it go?
Justice for Mike Santana.
Where did you go?
They also signed Roman to their Kings Road Aspero company as well. Tumble signed Cena to their company in the MP Save We Do, which is fucking insane. They also signed Roman to their Kings Road Aspero company as well. I believe I saw that.
Yep.
Like Tumble's goddamn like TEW promotion is literally just like a melding pot of like everything ever. It's really, really weird. Like the vision of it is yeah. It is, yeah.
Yeah.
The vision is, yeah. You like wrestling? But honestly, I
You
enjoy
like
that.
wrestling?
Honestly, I enjoy that. That's really how you should book it. TNA doesn't know how to do interpromotional partnerships where they protect themselves even a little. I mean, like, if we've seen anything for like WWE and AEW, no, they really don't. But like, the issue with TNA is that they're kind of in a position where they always need to lose. I feel like. Hold on.
Yeah, unfortunately.
Where like they're at the size where they like just have to play with the cards they're dealt with and just make the most of that. Meanwhile, my company was just Big Eat Fatu, Jey Uso, and Dan House to talk about Skibidi Toilet. And it's a 10-minute
Oh,
segment.
God.
Dude, I want that segment now. Like the moment like the moment that Danhausen leaves AEW, and I know that he will because he wants to get the fuck out of there. I know that for a fact. I want the very first thing he needs to do is phone up Jey Uso and start talking about like the lore of goddamn TV head guy and radio guy.
Oh, God.
And talk
What?
about how
I'm
they have
sorry.
a secret society dedicated to taking down the Skibidi toilets.
What point did I zone back into, huh?
Dude, dude, this is what you miss. We don't pay attention to the GirafaStev stream, you know?
You know what? You know what? That's on me. That is on me.
Speaking of which, speaking of the stream, did you find the thing yet?
I'm trying to find it. Is this it?
They're certainly getting action, by which I mean they're getting fucked on camera. Total nonstop action for the other promotion. Hey, at the very least, both the AEW and WWE partnerships like resulted in like a at least momentary boost in business. And plus, it gave TNA an actual like TV deal that might be worth something. So, there's that. I think that TNA, if they smarten up, they could very easily be the number 3 promotion. Because there's a big hole in that.
Finally found.
Yeah.
All right, finally found it. So the way that this match works or whatnot. So this is what is known as a cash in, cash out scramble.
Oh boy,
Match
there's
you're gonna
lore.
show. I put the exact. There is lore, yeah.
Oh, yes.
If I remember correctly, it's one of those like the competitors go in and they have like
Truly
I
they
think
resigned
5
Tessa
minutes in order to get
Blanchard
the
for some
pinfall.
fucking reason.
Okay, so like, sorry, I don't mean to derail
No,
you.
you're good. No, you're good. You're good. Trust me. I agree with the whole entire. Again, why would they do that? They should have learned.
My
They
favorite.
should have learned.
No, because like it's a reference to like one of our fucking streams here. The goddamn TW stream that we do. In the Real World Chronicles mod, the most recent version of it, Tessa Blanchard's description ends with, "She returned to TNA, quote, for some fucking reason at Final Resolution 2024." Like, that's
Jesus.
legitimately how the modder like wrote it in. It's so fucking funny.
Goodness.
No, because literally, it's like literally she showed up and it was just like, all right, well, I guess this is reality now.
Yeah, this is my life.
This right here is the world that we need to live in now, and we just need to accept it. Anyways, we got some wrestling here to show y'all.
Yes. So for context on the lore of this one in particular, so I thought it was the cash in, cash out scram. Wait, hold on. Did I just? Either way, so long story short, in this match at the very least, what we have is 5 competitors going up against each other or whatnot for a piece of the gold coin, or for a gold coin, more or less. And this gold coin would have let them be a competitor in the Kraken Classic, where the winner of the Classic would go on to have a shot at the championship.
Dude, that's awesome.
So these 5 that you're about to. So these 5 you're gonna see, including my buddy, which is the guy behind the proud flag right there. That's my buddy,
This
Jack
guy?
Miles. Yep. Yep, that is the sweeper Jack Miles. So
All right,
ladies and gentlemen, please enjoy my buddy.
We need to get a sweeper sweep chant going here in the Long Boy
Yes.
Club. Come on, that has to be like his fucking thing, sweeper sweep.
We are the cash in.
Oh no, trust me, it is.
It is? Dude, that's awesome.
Yes.
For 6 minutes, but also possibly not 1, but 2 coins on the line here, Duke.
Hold on just a second.
Well, here's a little bit of trivia.
Let me just make sure that the stream isn't gonna cut to an ad just out of the blue. All right, cool. Let's do it.
Yeah, for all you Sweepy fans. Do you know that he is the only individual here at Kraken?
It's the guy in the blue jumpsuit, right?
2 times.
Exactly.
Yes,
Got it.
Times he won it.
I'm telling the people, not you.
Well, anyways, ladies and gentlemen,
Peons can't catch up.
Kraken
as I said,
TV.
the Kraken coins are also on the line.
Kraken
Now,
Pro Wrestling.
Draven won the last cash out scramble, cash in, cash out scramble, and he won a coin.
So
Chad Skywalker also has a coin. If either one of them are pinned or submitted in this match, whoever pins or submits them not only will win the $300, but take their coin.
Well,
exactly. Keep that coin in mind. Those coins are going to lead to an ultimate opportunity.
Skywalker.
They're coins, not rings.
Yep.
Draven proclaiming his victory here. He wants to win 2 back-to-back.
Well, then be tied with the sweeper.
Ritsu.
Getting Travis Ray.
That's a big boy.
Please.
Rose Gold. He's talking Rose Gold, 2-time Georgia Wrestling History Woman of the Year. That sweeper's going to start the action off, throwing Draven to the outside.
And the freaking sweeper's jaw-jacking.
Yep. Yes, he is.
He's grandstanding and hot dogging right here.
Good authority that Chad Skywalker is here at Kraken Pro Wrestling.
They found the golden coins in the Kraken factory.
Sweeper doesn't win this.
And I'm sure he will accomplish that mission.
I like that.
Oh, come on.
Rose Gold's in the ring.
Well, you heard our ring announcer, Kay, 5 minutes remaining.
Yeah, so they have to like get it 5 minutes, or I guess just nothing happens.
Now in front of the
wow.
Boom.
Didn't think Sweepy had it in him.
I like the ring skirt here too. This whole setting is very indie. I like it a lot.
No, it's extremely indie. So the promotion that they're wrestling in right now, this is from a buddy of mine that I knew in college. This is actually his promotion in like Middle Georgia, where there's like next to no wrestling otherwise.
Whose promotion?
Skywalker showing no compassion.
It's a buddy of mine. His name is Sam Hansen. No, not Hansen. Sam.
Sam
Why am I
Hansen.
blanking on the?
No relation to Stan Hansen.
Sam's. What is it? Yeah, no, it is Sam Hansen. Duh. I don't know why, but yeah, Sam Hansen, who goes by the ring name, who also goes by the ring name Hold My Beer Hansen.
That's awesome.
But yeah, this is the promotion that he started again for a place in particular called Tifton, Georgia. So if there's anybody out there that's close to Tifton, Georgia, and wants to go see some quality indie wrestling, please go check out Kraken Pro Wrestling.
Dan, what do you see wrong?
Listen, if I go to Furry Week in Atlanta and they're holding the show, I'll do it.
I'll be sure to let you know if that's the case. So no guarantee.
What to say, like, they're working stiff here, brother.
Though I will say, if I remember correctly, I think it's at least like a good 2 hours away from Atlanta. Yeah. Georgia's one of those big states, you know, to where,
sure, yeah.
3 minutes remaining. Chad Skywalker going for the schoolboy, gonna try to get the pin. No.
It's like, does someone needs to be eliminated by the 5 minutes?
Well, not eliminated. Not eliminated. Not eliminated, just whoever gets the first pinfall or submission.
Okay. Cash in, cash out scramble, and if it goes to 0, nobody's getting that $300.
No, just save it for the next one.
Draven and Sweeper
Super kick.
Oh, super kick! Nobody can believe it.
Now it's essentially a one-on-one contest.
Have you seen that one video of like these two guys on the trampoline?
Trying to get into each other's head with some verbiage there.
And they're like giving each
no.
other, you know, like super kicks, and there's this really extravagant play-by-play guy in the background where it's like, and we're here in AEW at the start of the match. Oh my god, a super kick! What's this? Oh, super kick! Nobody can believe it. And I remember someone posted that like after the Jimmy and Jey Uso match, and they were like, Jimmy and Jey Uso WrestleMania 40, and it's the funniest thing of all time.
Also, there you go. That's the 3 count.
There you go.
Everybody loves old sweep.
My boy, dude, the sweeper sweep. He's getting that bag right now.
Well,
he's got the coin.
He's got the coin, dude.
Hello,
He's
Mario.
got the coin. He can't put the coin down.
and has his spot open for him in the Kraken Classic, provided he can hold on to that job. Hold on to that coin. Good job, Sweeper. Good.
Cero mierda.
All right.
I'm sure he's got.
Yeah, exactly. Glad you got the reference. Also, Patch, why can't you use a bathroom? Why can't you use the bathroom in Georgia?
Transgender.
Oh,
Yeah.
you know what? Valid.
Of a Kraken coin here.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
Because George is stinky for that.
No, I know. Trust me, Georgia's not exactly the best. I had dated someone that I have a very close friend that's trans, so yeah, that's
Kraken Pro Wrestling.
always a major concern.
Here is your host, Diamond Duke, in the Diamond Den.
What's this?
It's like a little interview segment.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Diamond Den. I'm your host.
Oh wait, was that the match?
Yeah, that was the match. Like I said, it was like a little 5-minute.
Okay. I was like skimming through that, and I was like, man, this is a long interview segment. And then I saw like different people in the ring. I'm like, wait, that's not the sweeper. The sweeper just sweeped. We just saw it.
Yeah, sweeper just sweeped. Yeah, no, it was just that fight. Like I said, the cash in cash out scramble match. It's literally like a 5-6 minute match. So.
Okay,
Yeah.
Got it. I was like because I was like looking at the runtime.
Good enough for a warm up.
Yeah. I was like looking at the runtime, and I was like, wait, hold on a second. This is like a 20-minute match here, but no, it's not. It's the rest of the show. So.
It's a good enough to where you get a nice little taste, a little bit of a something to get us really ready for tonight's main event, which is John Cena. More than anything else.
But he pales in comparison to the sweeper. So
no, absolutely. But I will say, if it was not for John Cena, we would not have the sweeper because my buddy has straight up said that like John Cena was like his biggest inspiration. So yeah.
Well, hey, I mean, like this match shows why like even the greats can be surpassed. I mean, who here has the Kraken coin? Certainly not John Cena.
Exactly. John Cena didn't have the Kraken coin.
John Cena doesn't have Kraken coin. He probably doesn't even have like any coin of any kind. Actually, no, that's a lie. I saw him in Barbie. He has plenty of coin. But listen, he doesn't have the Kraken coin, the greatest coin of them all.
He does not have the Kraken coin, and that is a shame. We as a society are missing out on making sure John Cena has a Kraken. Someone needs to go to DC right now and give John Cena a Kraken coin.
Yeah, only then will he be allowed to defeat the Klan. I love that. What I also love is the sweeper's ring gear. Like, this is insane. So
yep.
Like, is this what he usually wears? Does he usually like wear a jumpsuit like this?
Yeah. No, that's part of his. That's his whole entire.
Because it's like cleaner like uniform. I got it.
Exactly.
He's getting ready to sweep the floors, but he's going to do that
sweep away the competition.
Exactly. He's going to sweep away the competition and then the dust bunnies afterwards. It's great.
Yeah, exactly.
Seeing this year's WrestleMania, seeing this road to WrestleMania made me hate Randy Orton more than I ever did. Well, listen. This was like in prime like Orton years. This is when he was like full like villain mode. So
this was prime when everything you got on TV was Cena Orton.
and then they ran it back in 2025. And was it good? I don't remember. Was it any good?
Well, I will say, like, I at least enjoyed it. If I remember correctly, because like it was one of those like it was fun, especially like the Raw after Mania when Cena came out to be all super gloating and Randy Orton delivered that gorgeous RKO. The match itself was fun, though it ended a little weird because R-Truth got involved. Like it was a whole entire cacophony of clusterfuckery.
I'm not gonna lie, the treatment of R-Truth this year, I booked him strong in 2014 as a reactionary thing. He is now a 2-time NWA World Champion, and he's not a heel this time, but a babyface. And I'm booking him
as he should be.
I'm booking him like Hangman Page, kind of.
Oh, okay. I respect.
Because like in my current storyline, I'm gonna talk about my TEW shit here, which is like half of what I talk about. Right now I have him feuding with BG James in like a 3 Live Crew a breakup angle. And I have James reforming the
Hello, I would like to take this time to deliver an important message. Drop the slop. Say no to generative AI. Thank you.
You know, you're not very base a lot of the time, brother, but this time you are. Good job.
You know, I this is my first time knowing this person. I love this person. You're number one in my books right now.
This is one of my this is one of the Long Boy Club regulars. I'm a defender.
Oh hell yeah.
Say hello to my friend here, Posty Dan.
Hi.
He's very cool. He's very good.
I'm very cool. Very nice, very cool.
I don't know why I pinned that again, but I'm gonna keep it. I'm gonna run an ad too, so that way we can just go and there's no interruptions. Now I don't know if you see an ad break around here.
Where the heck's the Cheetos, my dudes?
First off, Raw rolls on after this, but we play an episode of Gaming in the Clinton years every time.
Oh my god.
Bubsy the Bobcat. Bubsy's nap is interrupted one day when he discovers that strange aliens called the Woolies are stealing the Earth's yarn balls. Bubsy doesn't want to see his favorite play toy become extinct, so he embarks on a mission to collect as many yarn balls as possible.
I'm sorry?
Two clean Woolies.
Yeah, I didn't like the
You heard that right.
The graphics are great, as you can see here, making the journey to Stage 16 a sublime and enjoyable play experience.
The graphical fidelity on this footage makes me feel like I'm
With the code
makes me feel like I'm sitting in a blockbuster.
Bubsy can skip into Stage
Right?
16 and encounter
feels-
the
It
Teeny
makes you
Woolies,
feel like
Polly and Esther.
it makes you feel like you're
Simply
in a
bop
movie
their heads
that's
while
trying to
taking care
capitalize on
not to be hit
nostalgia.
by their energy
It's
shield.
not even like the
Remember,
actual thing.
the code is STCJ.
I feel like I want to play Bubsy
Good
4D
players will
for
not
some
even
reason.
need this code, but this way you can see the ending of the
I
game
will say
quickly.
legit though that new
Bubsy
Bubsy
will
game
return
that
to more
was
hair
released
and
4D or whatnot.
fur-raising adventure in a second
legitimately
game,
looks cool.
Bubsy
It
2.
does.
I would give
So
it a
there you
shot.
have it.
Yeah, yeah,
Bubsy
like,
is
I
one,
legitimately
and
kinda
he's
wanna
thrilled
try
with his
it out.
success. We at Flights of Fantasy are thrilled with him too. Even though Bubsy is easy, the game
If you think
is
it's
still
over for you,
excellent.
just remember, Bubsy came back not once,
Bubsy always comes back.
but twice, and the second time, people actually are kind of welcoming it. If Bubsy could
Yeah,
do
because it
that,
looks-
so could you.
Well, yeah, because the second time actually looks like it's somewhat like they took the time to make it like a solid game
Yeah.
instead of it just being like, yeah, we're gonna capitalize on the trends. This is the trends.
The trend of bringing back Bubsy the fucking Bobcat and putting him in a game that takes an hour to beat, but costs $30. And then we're gonna make a runner clone and have that be $30 too.
Nom nom. Oh, excuse me, we're back, my dudes.
Hi, welcome back to Raw. Let's actually do this
Hi,
shit.
how are ya?
now. Hi.
Yes.
All right. It is John Cena's Road to WrestleMania 26.
We
Oh.
fell to the pro breaks, and in fact, that tomorrow is going to be John Cena's last time to get this thing done and out there.
You know, I would say that, and I will. In most other circumstances, I wouldn't say that. Because otherwise, I
The
would say
plastic
that
tips
this is
at the
just
ends of
convenience.
shoelaces are called aglets.
Yep.
Their true purpose is sinister.
Dude, my dog chewed off the fucking aglet at the end of my work boots the other month. That was...
What?
Yeah. Like, right now, there's like painter's tape at the end of one of my laces on my boots. And...
You know what? Respect.
But, like, I want to, like, look up the plastic bit, and I was just thinking to myself, what the hell are those even called? Because my roommate, like, brought it up to me, right? Like, when I was telling them about the shoes, and I was saying, oh, the plastic bit at the end, and then they said, you mean the aglet? And I'm like, yes, the goddamn aglet
Yes.
is gone.
You can thank Phineas
Hello,
and Ferb
Mario.
for teaching an entire generation what an aglet is.
No, they literally mentioned Phineas and Ferb
They
when they
literally-
said
Your dog
that.
knew the truth and
Yeah, I
wanted
was
to
gonna say, no,
spare
that's
you from the
literally the case
suffering.
because I don't think anyone would even care about what the aglet is if it was not for Phineas and Ferb even mentioning it in an episode.
Listen, this was crucial information. The guy that made Phineas and Ferb,
absolutely.
his goddamn name escapes me, but he seems like one of the funniest
Dan
people ever.
Povenmire.
Yes, fucking Dan knew what was important for everyone to know.
Yes.
Because they knew they had, like, aglet-eating dogs, and so when they eventually needed a new aglet, it was important to know so they could go up to Mom and say, Mother, I request a new aglet for my boots. And then they would get the aglet for the boots.
Perfect.
Anyways,
Uh,
it's Raw!
From Montreal.
It's Raw.
Canada. Welcome to Monday Night Raw. The road to WrestleMania is underway. The first stop will be at the Royal Rumble in a few weeks, and we still don't know who will earn the right to challenge Randy Orton for his WWE title.
We're going to get our answer tonight, Cole. Stephanie McMahon has set up a match to decide the #1 contender between John Cena and MVP.
MVP?
MVP?
Both men will pull
AEW's MVP?
Dude, I hear he hurts
the
people.
Royal Rumble.
You know, funnily enough, about like a year or so ago, we did SmackDown vs. Raw 2009's Road to WrestleManias, and the main antagonist for John Cena's story was MVP. So,
Oh.
I'm pretty sure
look,
they make
there he
mention
is.
of this. Hey, asshole.
Hello, Mario.
You still sad that you couldn't take over Wisconsin?
Cena, this match tonight is my ticket to the top, baby. The people want to see MVP take home the WWE Championship. No offense.
Yeah, we do.
But if I have to whoop on you to get there, You can bet your last dollar it's happening.
Well, look who's finally gone crazy. Man, they've been saying for years people shouldn't live underneath power lines. Well, I guess you're living proof.
Oh, I know. You got jokes. I'm serious, though. I'm going home as the #1 contender tonight. But if through some miracle you come out on top, I ain't gonna hate, just so long as at the end of this, Randy Orton gets that big mouth of his slap. You feel me?
So, like, the thing about these games, as I've come to play more and more of them on stream, right?
Mm-hmm.
Voice acting is very hit or miss, right?
Like, I think that's probably one of the better voice acting ones more than anything else, compared to some.
Cena and Montel, they are both, like, pretty good VAs in this, I feel like. So,
hello, Mario.
Jericho's also a pretty good VA. Like, he's able, like, one of the things that kind of I've noticed through playing these games is that a lot of these guys, when they're cutting promos, or like when they're in a scene like where they're cutting a promo, they use their inside voice and not their promo voice, and you can tell. Hi, Oliver.
Oh,
I love him so much. He's so fluffy and so soft and very fat. MVP's fitted the fuck out in his civilian attire, dude. He has so much drip. It's crazy. Again, I hear, you know what? I hear he hurts people, so I need to watch my back. I haven't watched wrestling as long as anyone else, but it's hard for me to see MVP with hair and no cane. To an extent, I'm the same, but like I've seen enough depictions of him with hair that, like, you know, either or is fine with me.
Get lost.
Okay, fuck you too.
You're going to jail soon. Ted DiBiase Jr., U.S. champion, welfare fraudster. Also, we have some new people in the chat. Hello there, GD Nickel. It's fitting to do a storyline for Cena. Gonna be sad after tomorrow night. Even though I'm not a fan of WWE these days, I'll be sad too.
Right.
Because, like, Cena was one of the big, you know, characters that got me into this shit. You know?
Mm-hmm.
Even though I started watching wrestling at the worst, you know, even though I started watching wrestling at the height,
hello, Mario,
of, you know, lol, Cena wins stuff.
Well, at least it's better than when I started getting into wrestling. I started getting wrestling in 2016.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Right in the height of, hey, let's shove Roman Reigns down everyone's throat.
Dude, at least Cena was over with someone.
Exactly.
You know? At least people liked, at least, you know, like, the kids liked Cena, you know? Me, I'm the kids. I liked Cena. And then I didn't like Cena.
I like Cena.
And now I like Cena again. So.
It's weird how time is a flat circle that way.
Yeah, I know, right? I got into wrestling in 2018, probably at the worst time. Dude, that was, like, right before the Absolute Pits, too. Like, that was...
Yeah, that was right before. You had a little bit of a grace period where it was, like, kind of fun.
Right.
But then it just went to shit really bad.
Like, I feel like people look back kind of a little bit, like, on the mid-2010s of WWE, particularly, like, you know, Smackdown. And they'll say, oh, that shit was good. And there was good stuff on that, you know?
Oh, yeah, there was.
Like, I think of Ziggler and Miz, some of the stuff with, you know, Mox and Styles.
Yes.
You know, like, that stuff was at least fun. So...
Miz as IC champion around that time was definitely one of the peak moments more than anything else.
Dude, if you didn't pop when Ziggler won the title, I don't know what to tell you.
Right?
I really don't know what to tell you. That was for, probably, you know, us in the slums. That was goddamn peak, brother.
It was probably the most over he was since he cashed in Money in the Bank.
Yeah, like, genuinely. And then they did what they always do with Ziggler, and then they don't do anything else.
The soft spots on babies' heads are a government conspiracy to implant ChatGPT microchips easily inside their brains to transmit endless loops of Italian brain rot.
Okay, you know what? That stuff I told you about being based, I take it back. I take it back, homunculus.
I'm now scared of homunculus.
I will say that anytime someone redeems something in the homunculus voice, we treat it like it's in character for him. Ballin'. So like, I follow like the AEW wrestling community on Blue Sky, and there are people in there that when Montel does that, they ask, "What is he doing there?" and "What are they saying?" And I'm just like, "No, I'm old."
Oh no.
And you know what?
No.
Sometimes it's people who are older than me, and they only just got into wrestling because of AEW. So like they're not as familiar with, you know, MVP's previous work.
Oh my god. Come on.
I was like, no, it's ballin'. He's ballin'. It's the ballin' elbow drop, brother. It's either that or the goddamn overdrive. Oh yeah, I also play music during these. Hold on just a second.
It's on the line tonight.
Let's go.
Both of them would love to take the WWE Championship.
Dude, MVP had me scouted. That's crazy.
John Cena's
Yeah,
ground game is always to the point.
Also, hi there, Teddy. Welcome to tonight's Slumboy Club meeting.
And he hits him with an impressive combination of kicks.
I've been on a journey with Oscar, bro. I can't just not support her. So you were in the slums with us then.
Yep.
He's in big trouble.
It is funny that you mentioned that you started watching in 2016, though, Post, because I came back to wrestling in 2016 after I fell out after
I'm so sorry.
after Mania 28. Because my first Mania. First off, what was your first Mania?
32.
Ah!
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Yep.
Anyone who says that Mania 27 is the worst, at least Mania 27 has, you know, Undertaker and Triple H, and a couple of good matches in, you know, the lower card with, you know, Ray and Cody, and, you know, Punk and Orton, right? Whereas, like, literally 32 peaks at the first match, and then after that, it's just shit after shit after shit, you know?
Like the only match in 32 that came close was the women's triple threat, and that was ruined because fucking Ric Flair decided to get super duper handsy with fucking Becky Lynch.
Which is weird. Will always be weird, but you know. The first Mania I watched live was 29. Oh no, dude. Did you pop hard during Alberto and Swagger?
Oh man!
And Jack
Did you
Swagger.
pop hard at?
Yes.
Oh wow!
I said, did you pop hard at the debut of Bon Gong?
Dude, who couldn't?
Right?
He's retiring soon. Did you know that?
John Cena is all fired up.
Yeah. I was saying, didn't he retire in, I want to say, like February or March or something like that?
Yeah, that's crazy.
Oh my, an explosive suplex.
Yeah, it's insane.
Is he like leaving the business altogether, or is he doing like something else?
I'm pretty sure he's leaving the business in general.
That's crazy.
Or at least like the wrestling aspect. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if they made him like a coach or a producer backstage.
Yeah. That's kind of what I'm thinking
Cena
too.
is kicking it into his famous fifth gear.
Because like Macklin already does both wrestling and producing work in TNA.
Oh really? I didn't know about that.
Yeah.
And that punch lands hard.
I don't know if he produces like his own matches, but I know that he, you know, does, you know, production work for like other guys. So.
Nice. And also, yes, Defender, Cena is going to be an ambassador role, which basically means, hey, if we need you to go over to Saudi and make them look good for a second, you mind doing that for us, bud?
This could be huge.
Fuck no. Do.
No, you say that, but I listened to an interview they did earlier this week with Chris Van Vliet.
Dude!
And he was super, like, he was giving a lot of roses to, like, the Saudi community more than anything else, being like, because he and Punk had that match over in Saudi Arabia, and he was like, it's incredible to see, you know, forgiveness happen more than anything else, because we all know that Punk said a lot of shit about, you know, what happened more than anything else. And, like, at a certain point, I'm like, okay, did Riyadh just pay you to say that stuff? Like, what's going on, dude?
I'm sure there's a lot of money tied up in it.
Oh, of course.
Especially like when, you know, you have someone who's like a WWE guy. You know, going into those kinds of shows, you always kind of need to read between the lines a little bit sometimes.
I have a working theory because there are some people that are saying that as soon as he retires, like the next day or I guess the Monday after, he's gonna be announced for like the Hall of Fame this year. I don't think that's the case. I think he's gonna be Hall of Fame for next year for the Saudi Mania to make Saudi Mania somewhat appealing for people that are already disinterested in it. Be like, hey, but you can watch John Cena be inducted to the Hall of Fame.
No.
Yeah, basically.
No.
Des press, and the fists come raining down.
No. Triple H, do not do this to my boy.
They're going to. Oh, it's time, people. 5-knuckle shuffle.
John Cena showing up at
Mr.
Beastland in Saudi, dude. What? No.
Oh, yeah.
I will not. No. Please say psych right now.
Oh, you don't know about Mr. Beastland? That's a
I
real
mean,
thing.
like, no. I know about Mr. Beastland. What I didn't know was that Cena's gonna be there. Apparently.
I think that's a joke. That has to be a joke.
Okay. Don't worry, psych. LOL. Thank you. Jesus. I'll tell you what, that was...
LOL.
Yeah, Cena wins LOL, dude.
With an impressive win over a very game MVP, John Cena is number one.
MVP did, like, do more to me than I expected, so...
Yeah.
And if you're Randy Orton,
like, MVP came ready to play.
It certainly isn't, King. Those two have had some epic matches, and it looks like Royal Rumble is the site of another one. Can John Cena once again rightfully call himself the champ at the Royal Rumble?
Also, yeah, I hope that, like, DPW's hiatus is only a temporary one, because we only watched, like, one show in the server, and I liked it a lot, so...
Yeah, I hope so. I mean, there's a lot of incredible wrestlers that did come from DPW. If I remember correctly, I think both Leon Slater and Javon Evans both came from DPW.
Yep. Javon Evans, back when he was Jay Malachi.
Yep, Jay Malachi.
That was some war we had last week.
Yeah, I know, I made you look the best I could, kid.
Because MVP looks good even when he loses.
That was one hell of a match, MVP.
Now that you're the number one contender, you can bet Orton has some things up his sleeve. Wouldn't mind helping you against him and his cronies. Come track me down.
Oh.
I have a plan to initiate a kind of preemptive strike.
Sounds good. I'll swing by in a bit.
Dude, after what happened 2 years ago, I don't know if I should trust you. I don't want to, like, have a civil war with you again. That was a whole lot of ass kicking, and most of it was me to you. So,
well, look, the enemy of the enemy is my friend in this scenario, and especially after you destroyed MVP, he has been humbled. And he's like, okay, I have respect for you. Now let me help you.
I will not secede from the U.S. again. Let me help you. I am now loyal to the Union.
Along with Jerry the King Lawler, and for WWE Champion Randy Orton, life has gotten a little more complicated.
He was in DBW and got a pick of him. Just treat it like it's DBZ stuff. What, fucking drag it out for three arcs? Oh, okay. Defeat means friendship. Ah, okay.
Okay.
Either that or you get fucking blown up on Namek.
Also, I gotta say,
and then come back
I just gotta appreciate how whenever you go up the stairs, it's like you're running around viciously, and then you just calmly walk up the stairs.
Yeah, I know.
And then back to running around.
Listen, man, you don't want to, like, scuff your knee before getting into the ring. That's not going to look good for anybody. Am I already in my knee pads, by the way? No, I'm not. I'm only in my jorts. So, like... It's like, why do I have 2 red arrows here? Hold on.
I guess I'll figure it out.
Oh, it's the roller coaster.
Oh, look who finally showed up, Ted. John, #1 contender, Cena.
Oh my god, it's Guile.
Yeah, you're right. Dude, I saw, like, the still. Hold on.
To take on an icon like
have you seen the full trailer?
I've not, no.
I look at it,
oh, it's great.
your time is through.
Or at least it will be when we're done with you.
Dude, they put...
they rhymed.
They put Ted on so much juice in this game, brother. He is jacked. Wow. Hold on. Oh, no. Legacy with the time machine. Oh yeah. We built we built a time machine, in a previous
Oh.
playthrough.
Oh, so he can finally go back to see his dad. Oh.
Whatever you do, don't travel to the fucking future. You're not gonna like it.
Or you, well, Ted DiBiase don't. Cody, yeah, sure, why not? Have some fun.
You're gonna flatten your hair, brother. You're gonna be in the Street Fighter movie. But no, I'll be honest. I didn't watch the Game Awards last night.
That's valid.
I was paying attention from one thing and one thing only, and that's Sonic Frontiers 2, and it didn't fucking happen. So
No, there was no Sonic announcement.
There
which
was
is actually,
no
kinda
Sonic!
Shocking. Not a single Sonic.
and Sonic Racing got snubbed twice.
Yeah.
By
Yes,
the
it did. Yes, it did.
by the fucking greasy plumber, man. I've not played Mario Kart World.
Unfortunately. No, that's valid. That's valid. No, but what I will say is I watched it with some buddies last night. On
The only thing
Pinch
you're gonna be
Raccoon
number
stream.
one
In
contender
fact,
for is
and
early retirement.
oh well, I mean, with Ted, that's kind of right.
Yeah.
With Cody, you'll be fine. But no, back to what I was saying. The trailer, it was very short. It was very simple. It was like 45 seconds, and it just shows nothing but fighting, and that's all you want to see with a Street Fighter game.
Yeah, I mean, like, I was about to say, if you're gonna have a movie called Street Fighter, you're probably gonna want to show fighting, mostly.
I guess my Evite
Oh, and the
to this
fighting they
party
had, it was
ended
great.
up-
Whoa, holy shit! MVP with the run-in! The Union is back in full force, brother! Let's do it!
Yeah! We just used the John Cena instruments to do Yankee Doodle.
No, I love that. I love that. Like, we do the
Oh,
fucking, like,
oh.
brass and stuff. I like that.
Exactly.
Grrr! Go to jail.
Do not pass go. Do not collect $200.
Yes, exactly. I love that. I'll never understand why Sonic 3 couldn't be nominated for Best Video Game Adaptation, but Last of Us Part 2 was somehow good enough to win an award. I've not seen The Last of Us Season 2. So, like, I can't really comment on it.
It's because Jeff Keighley gets himself off of on Last of Us more than anything, off of Neil Druckmann more than anything else.
Well, listen, if that were the case, why didn't
it's either Neil Druckmann or Kojima. Whatever gets him off more.
Listen, if that's the case, why didn't The Last of Us Part 2 win Game of the Year this year?
I don't think it was. That's because unfortunately he couldn't nominate it.
Aw, but he would if he could.
Oh no, trust me. No, we just gotta wait for the re-release that's gonna come out next year. It's not. I'm joking. It's a psych. It's a psych.
Instead, Expedition 33 won 9 awards, which, you know,
yeah,
a lot of people are suddenly turning on the game because of how much it won.
But like that shouldn't be the case. Like from what I was hearing from a lot of people, it was a good game. I never played it, but it sounded like a really good game.
From what I've understand, if you like Baldur's Gate 3, which I do, you'll probably also enjoy, 33 as well.
I will say I think it is ironic that it did win 9 awards because think of it, was the name Expedition 33. 3 times
3 equals 9. Wow, dude. Dude, Steiner would be proud with math like that. He is smiling down from Detroit, Michigan.
Detroit, Michigan. Wait, you sure he's smiling down? I'm sure he's smiling up because Detroit's basically as close to hell as we get.
One daddy's boy down, one more to go.
Wait, me? Am I the daddy's boy? Like, that was very poorly timed. My spouse is obsessed with it.
Ted DiBiase's the first one down.
Yeah, exactly.
Somewhat ironic.
Art imitates life. No! Roller coaster, no, please. No, I know that, but, like, I went down, like, at a very, like, comically apt time for him to say that. Like, as I was selling my groin, Cena was like, one daddy's boy down. Like, what, me? Am I the daddy's boy? Hold on. I gotta flip him over. Get concussed, idiot. Man, this is how unified the Union is. We're so in sync.
Yeah.
We even have the same victory animation. Oh no, his groin! Dude, you're making me think of Purple the Clown with that shit. I love that.
Go run home crying to your first-generation superstar daddies.
This isn't over, Cena. You're never going to make it to the Royal Rumble.
Well, you better come with more than that next time, pal.
Randy didn't wait long before he started lobbing grenades, did he?
And like usual, his plan didn't work out as he hoped. But he'll try again.
And we'll beat him back again. Because you're going to stomp Orton at the Royal Rumble. If that means I gotta be your guardian angel until the Rumble, well, I can handle that.
Can you teach me how to hurt people, brother? I would like that. Oh wait, we don't even have a match tonight? Wow.
No, he was just there.
That was the match, dude. The formation of the Union.
If we had one. No, trust me, they would have brought out popcorn machines just to fill that entire arena with popcorn.
Are you saying that the entire crowd wouldn't have yelled chicken jockey in unison? Because I would have loved that.
I honestly, that is the biggest snub of the entire night. How dare we not get that moment of the entire crowd going chicken jockey?
Jack Black, please come out on stage and say notable Minecraft things again, please. I would love that.
I mean, the closest thing we had to that, was that Jason Momoa did come out as part of the Street Fighter thing. Yeah, because he's part of the Street Fighter movie.
Dude, no way.
Yeah.
No way. You got 2 Samoans in there? Wow.
Mm-hmm.
Are you
Wabadoo.
crazy, Cena?
I've been accused of it a time or two.
I just had Randy in my office telling me that you and MVP beat him up last week.
What are you gonna do, ground me?
What?
So it's true.
No, it's not.
He enjoyed ganging up on people so much. Tonight you're getting a taste of your own medicine. The two of you are facing Legacy in a 2-on-3 handicap match.
Cena, defend yourself.
Put whoever you want in there with Orton. I got something for him. And here's what I got for you.
Oh.
This conversation is over. What? Cena, defend yourself, man. We didn't beat up Randy.
Yeah, we beat up Cody and the scammer.
And the other guy. And the other guy. Oh, hey,
Hey, Christian.
It's Christian.
Take off.
Okay, fine.
Okay, fuck you too.
Fine. Fine, stay on ECW, you goddamn. Truly a premonition. Cena's the only one who's even kind of a decent... is a decent VA. Blue dot on his face. My favorite bit of trivia about wrestling games. Yep. Oh, hey, it's the Great White. Right there.
Maurice. Parlez-vous, Seamus? What's more magical than you and me?
Wow. These paint fumes are something because I'm hallucinating. Right? You think you have a shot at Maurice?
Yeah, like Cena's actually a pretty good VA, all things considered.
Oh yeah. Look, he's got to get something with the animation, practice they got in there with the Scooby-Doo and the Flintstones or whatnot.
Dude, that is on the bucket list of shit we're watching in the server, the Hanna-Barbera, wrestling movies. Because
surprised you haven't done it sooner.
I'm surprised too. Maybe it's like a subconscious resistance, where I don't know if I want to do it. It's one of those things where it's like, going into it, I know it's not going to be very good. So.
No, of course not. Also, Defender. It was ironic that in that scene we had 2 people that played Bebop that both are in WWE.
That's right. We had Sheamus in there, yeah.
Yep. Sheamus was in there, and then John Cena was Bebop for the most recent one.
Not so bad without your boys around, are you?
I have no idea what you're talking about.
If you're gonna send your boys to someone's locker room to beat someone up, better make sure they do the job. And if you want to not get caught, then don't use the same 2 guys you've been rolling with for years.
Dude, he is standing on business here.
Beating a lesson into somebody. Mind if I copy you?
You can't just barge in here and threaten.
A threat is nothing but words. We prefer actions.
We'll see you later tonight, Randy.
Man.
Now, see, if Stephanie had called after this interaction, we've been like, okay, yeah, you have a point.
Yeah. But, like Stephanie called us, and we didn't even, like, defend ourselves. We were just like, alright, sure. 3-on-2 handicap match in favor of Legacy. Why not? But Cena was also Rocksteady. Was he? Hold on. You got a text from MVP. I think we got in Randy's head. Tonight, let's make sure he eats finishers from both of us.
You're right, it was Rocksteady. I mixed the two up, because Bebop is, Bebop's the pig, Rocksteady is the Rhino.
Mm-hmm.
And both Cena and Sheamus have played Rocksteady. Because like I said, Sheamus was Rocksteady for the sequel, the Michael Bay live action one. Cena was the voice of it for the recent animation, what was it? Turtle Turmoil, whatever it was called. I forget what exactly the name of it was.
It was a turtle thing.
It was a turtle thing.
That much is for certain. Post, look at this match card here. Does something about it seem off to you?
Ezekiel's self in the...
Ezekiel's booked twice.
Wait, is he? Yeah. Oh my god, he is.
Dude, after laying out Christian on ECW, we gotta make him look even stronger.
Well, no. Here's the thing. One of them is Ezekiel Jackson, and the other one is Ezekiel, the brother of Elias. Did you not remember?
Oh, goodness gracious me. I forgot all about Ezekiel. Wow.
We all forget about Ezekiel, unfortunately.
Dude, that guy has played nothing but characters that start with E. Whether they're Elias, Ezekiel, or Elijah.
Yep. I'm noticing, what's that word called? Oh, yeah, that's right, a trend.
Cinematic parallels. All these guys look like... All these guys have, like, the New Japan New Lion fit. It's crazy.
No, well, you say that, but then DiBiase's got, like, the little bit of flair on his, so...
True, yeah. So does Randy. But, like, I'm thinking, like, black trunks and, like, boots and stuff. You know?
No, I was gonna say, yeah, no, if it was pure, like, New Japan New Lion, there would be no, like, graphics or anything.
Sure. These guys are gearing up almost for a fucking New Japan run. Honestly.
I mean, you say that, but I thought... Didn't Cody wrestle a couple matches in New Japan, or am I imagining that?
I think he worked in New Japan. I think he was, like, I think it was IWGP US champion for a second. Maybe I'm thinking of Kenny and Will. I don't know.
You're definitely thinking of Kenny and Will, yeah. Because I know that Cody... I know those two as well as Moxley. Those three definitely had the US belt.
Mm-hmm.
And their opponents.
There was so much black gear around this point.
It was the style at the time.
It was. And so I wore black trunks to the ring, which was the style at the time. There's so much black and red on this roster. Jesus. Randy, yes, thank you, Dark Raven. I would like to know. Thank you. I want to know if I'm talking nonsense or not.
Black and red. Oh no, the reboot of WCW is happening.
Quick, get Buff Bagwell out the building now.
Let's say Booker T. We could do something with him.
He's never setting foot in this promotion again, pal. I'm gonna sit him down to Juggalo Championship Wrestling if I have anything to say about it.
Thank you, Raven. I appreciate that.
Okay. Wait, was he... Hold on. Was he ever in New Japan, though? I could have sworn he was. Like, he literally was, like, all over the place in the mid-2010s.
It's almost time for a 2-minute Cheetos break, my dudes.
Hey, right on time. Sorry, I don't mean to stepping over you so much. I get...
No. Dude, homie, you are good. Trust me. If I had an issue with it or whatnot, I would have probably said something sooner at this point.
Okay. Well, if you want to finish a thought, we're about to run an ad break.
No, that's good. No, I don't remember if he was in New Japan. I know that he was at least not the U.S. champion over in New Japan, but I don't remember if he even had a New Japan run. I'm just gonna look up Cody Rhodes.
He didn't win their world title, but he did hold their U.S. title. Well, that's what we've been saying, you know? Like, I was wondering if, like, Cody ever held the IWG. See, I told you.
He did. Okay, yeah. You know what? I will eat my words. Yeah, he did.
I feel like I wasn't making shit up.
No, you weren't.
He was the champion of every single state.
It's break time.
Including
Where the
Wyoming,
heck's the
which
Cheetos,
doesn't
my
even
dudes?
exist. We're all rolls on after this. I fucking told you, man.
And now we're going to power up the virtual.
Oh boy, he's gonna do
Virtual Boy
rocket
has
science. I'll be
three
back in a
major
minute.
components.
Oh,
The
let's
stand,
go.
The head unit and the controller. The stand is packed flat. So you want to take the stand, spread it open, and then set it firmly on the table with the feet facing forward for support. The head unit has got to be connected with the controller. So insert
For all
the
those in
controller
chat
into the
that
spot
pay
on
for
the head
subscriptions
unit,
there,
and you're
not
ready
getting
to
the
go.
ads right now. Y'all doing good?
Take your head unit, place it into the support bracket. You want to be very careful and do it gently from the back. So you tilt it in first, then push it down. There's a little spring in the back here that you can push down to open up the support bracket so it doesn't go in tightly. Release the spring and then gently tighten it up with a tension control knob here on the side. Once you feel tension, just turn it slightly upwards until it catches. You don't need a lot of tension here. It just needs to support itself. The next thing you want to do is load in your batteries. Your batteries are in the controller on the front panel. Press the panel down, gently push it up, and your batteries will load into the slot here, 3 up and 3 down. Push it down, click it in place, and then you're ready to go. The final thing is to put your game cartridge into place. The game cartridge goes into the slot underneath the Virtual Boy. Now you have to be careful when you push the game cartridge in. You want to make sure that it connects firmly all the way in the back, because if it doesn't connect properly, when you turn it on, you won't get anything. So you want to make sure that the game cartridge is in place properly, so when you turn it on, you hear it. Virtual Boy does not have a video output port because it would only send out the signal of one of the layers of the 3D graphics. Remember, the images of Virtual Boy are created by your eyes, which combine to separately
excuse me, we're
project
back,
LED
my dudes.
images from both sides. What we're showing you here is some exclusive
Welcome back,
footage of some of the upcoming
And welcome back to
We
Raw.
obtained this footage with our cameras at E3, so please be aware that
Oh, here's the red and black we were talking about.
Dude, why is there so much on the show?
Elements of the game's graphics and gameplay. So far, we've played Mario's
Dude, he
Tennis,
said that the
Galactic
graphics are created
Pinball,
by my
Red
eyes.
Alarm,
I need
and
new
Tomato
eyes, man.
Boxer. So stick around and
Yeah,
see our
right.
ratings on all these games and more.
Can I upgrade my eyes?
Upgrade them to full color, please.
Yeah.
Please buy our $100 peripheral. Thank you. Alright, both Cena and MVP must perform finishers, and on top of that, you must win.
I believe in you.
I've never heard it, dude, I've never heard it, like, phrased like that. On top of that, you must win. Well, that's a given. That's a given. Hold on.
That's usually how you win, by being on top of your opponent.
By being on top, yes. I'm going to want something here. You know what? Pokemon Stadium 2.
I don't know if one ring can handle all the
Cena must win, lol.
Cena starts, lol. Sometimes you can win from the bottom. Yeah, like with a small package.
Imagine this, the WWE spinner belt transforms John Cena into a Japanese superhero.
Okay. Why did that series not get developed in the mid-2010s?
He becomes...
That was...
Cena
becomes the wrestling version of Sopaida, man.
Sopaida-Man.
And he, like, fucking transforms into, like, a fucking Megazord. What the? Dude, the ref just took a giant bump there for no reason. Did you see that?
I saw that. Yeah, I saw that with my eyes.
We get, like, massive fucking ref bump. Wow. No, let me show you how to work, kid. You'll never main event WrestleMania with that kind of work ethic.
Yeah, right?
3 times over. 3 times in a row, by the way. Which is kind of crazy.
It's
It can rearrange your facial features, that's for sure. Cena controlling the head.
Yeah, 3 years in a row? If you think about it, let's see, I'm trying to think. So 3 years in a row, 3 times in a row with 1 break, thank God. But 4 out of the previous 5 WrestleMania main events involved Cody Rhodes. That is insane to say out loud.
So he was in the main event of 39.
Yep.
40 and 41.
Yeah, he was on both main events for 40 because remember.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Night 1 was a tag match with him and Seth going up against Roman and Rock.
He has 2 partners to tag out to.
You know, I completely just forgot to include Night 1. Like whenever I think of the WrestleMania main event, I think of the final match of WrestleMania.
No, that's extremely valid. Like the final match, and I think a lot of people would also agree with that sentiment. Except, with this past year, CM Punk getting the main event at Night 1, they want to like make sure people know, hey, our boy got that main event. He's been wanting for years.
I still think there's a tiny asterisk to it, but you know what? In terms of it being the last match on a card, yes. You could say that he main evented Mania. So
I mean, it's like New Japan, with Wrestle Kingdom and whatnot. They've done it like multiple nights.
Sure.
I mean, there's technically a main event for both of them, but no one ever. But we usually consider like the last match from both nights as the one. That's it. That's the main event.
Right. All right. Can I do it?
I believe in you. You got this.
Damn it. Dude, MVP, get your shit in.
Yeah, come on, dude.
I hear you hurt people. You gotta prove it, dude. Come on.
I thought this was your business.
Oh, he's G'ing up. Come on, dude. Get your shit in.
Oh.
Dude.
You got this. He's taking his time. And you know what?
He is. Wow. Ballin'. Yeah. Shitty overdrive time, brother. Lock it. Ah. No.
Oh,
no, not even Orton wants the overdrive. He knows exactly what's coming.
Orton's like,
take my ow. Take my move, you piece of shit.
Okay, hit like one other move. Oh.
The patented Orton limb stomps.
Vintage Randy or oh wait, wrong one. Randy, stop sandbagging MVP.
Ah!
True.
No! Dude, he has two finishers. Whoa! Dude, I know sold the RKO. Wow.
Yeah, but I think you're dead.
I believe in him. He hurts people, so it's time to start doing that.
He does. He really needs to get this hurting syndicated,
Yeah, he does. He really needs to syndicate across the board here.
Oh, Jesus. The air time.
Yeah, I know. That was, dude, that was insane work from Cody. But no, like, a wrestling take on, like, fucking Super Sentai would be Beast, I think.
He landed right on his neck from that German suplex.
Oh, what an elbow drop.
All I want in this life...
When Cody Rhodes
Yeah, that elbow drop. Ow!
He's just so dangerous.
What do you want in this life?
And the ref sees the tag.
Oh, you gotta bring in Randy. We need to, like, get our finishers off on him.
Yeah, we need to get off on Randy.
That we do. Wow. I don't want to do the ball and elbow drop because that took like 20 years to come out.
I mean, at least if you do the ball and elbow drop, you have the finisher stored up.
That's very true, yes.
Ted DiBiase into the headlock.
Tag in Randall.
There you go.
Oh.
The force, my God.
Ow.
Dude, this is bullshit. You're telling me I gotta put over goddamn Ted Jr.?
I gotta tell me I gotta put over a pyramid scheme guy.
I gotta put over Ted Jr. right here.
There you go.
Come get some.
Ballin'. We
Okay.
fly high, no lie, you know this.
We hurt people.
There you go.
He's gonna take a chance.
Come on.
Here.
We hurt. We hurt people.
We hurt. No! No!
Stop, you coward.
Ted, get Ted Jr. out of my ring. Ted Warfare on Welfare DiBiase Jr.
God.
is cold as hell.
Hard impact to the arm.
I'm not gonna do my finisher on Ted Jr. You gotta get Randy in here.
You had told me there was a connection between Ted DiBiase Jr. and Brett Favre. I would not believe that Warfare on Welfare was the connection.
Listen, man, he said it. He comes from money. You have to keep that up, you know? Oh, hot tag! Yeah!
There you go. Boom! There you go.
House of Fire!
Knock that fucker out. That's the finisher. There you go.
Yeah!
Beautiful.
I think that was as much personal as it was trying to earn the
victory. Oh god, the action shot.
Yeah, I know. Dude, we didn't even see, like, Randy's reversal there. He's reversing all my shit, by the way. This is crazy.
He's the WWE champion. He's supposed to be, like, uber charged.
Well, sure, but, like, even, like, Ted Jr. is reversing all my stuff. This is crazy. No! I tried to tag him in.
And he gets the tag.
Oh yeah, this match sucked as a kid. I remember it kind of being a little stinky too.
He's counting stars.
No!
Orton reversed it.
Randy Orton, a
Come on.
victim of...
Here comes MVP.
Yeah, we get it again.
You got the twofer.
Yeah, G him up, brother. Let's go. Brother's like G'ing it up like he's the Rock here. It's crazy. We hurt people. Ballin'.
You know this. Ballin'. All right, hit that finisher.
Oh hey, no
There
shitty
you go.
overdrive. It's just a flatliner now. Count it.
Counter ref.
What the fuck, you Ted Jr.?
God.
Out of my ring.
John, you had one job.
Exactly.
He thinks he has it. One, two.
No.
Oh, okay. You know what? I'll give credit to that one. That was a pretty good last minute break.
Squeezing down on
It was, yes. It was expertly done, Junior.
Yeah. You know what? We'll give you credit for that one. Maybe we can get a month chopped off your sentence for that.
You get a 7-day US title reign for that one, brother. Good job.
You know, we'll make sure you get an extra pudding cup for that.
Maybe 10 runs with the 24/7 title.
There you go.
MVP.
Right.
Oh wait, no! Shitty overdrive!
Boom! Alright, get that
Dude,
pin.
are you kidding me? John, what are you doing? There's two of them!
For God's sakes, John, whose side are you on?
Count it!
One. And there's the breakup. Just in the
I realize that there's still some animosity over the Union versus the state of Wisconsin, but I need you to lock in.
Wait, who's the state of Wisconsin? Huh?
John Cena's the Union, MVP
Right.
and his faction were the state of Wisconsin. Okay?
Okay, gotcha.
That's the deep lore.
I appreciate the TLDR of deep lore.
That is the long boy lore right there. Holy shit!
You might want to give them one more smack. Oh!
Keep
punching me in the dick!
This attack to the Skull King. One has to be thinking
No.
of a concussion.
Fuck you.
Oh, yeah. Any one of those shots could give you a...
Are you kidding? Dude, heel hot tag? Onto Ted Jr.
You know what? You got the finishers. That's all that matters. So.
Yeah, fucking shouts out to Culver's, I guess. That was like one of like the only things that we wanted to keep from fucking Wisconsin. No, Dream Street! I forget, dude. Did I forget that like his finisher was basically the Colossus?
Oh my god, yeah.
And John Cena finds himself in a fight. DiBiase did it.
We gotta do that again.
Man, that means you gotta do that again. Ah, you motherfucker.
Dude, this stinks. Cena, there are 2 of them! There are 2 of them! You need to take out
Cena,
both of them, otherwise it doesn't work.
Yeah. Like, look, I know you have a lot of respect for Cody Rhodes, but like, you might want to go ahead and reenact that heel turn a little early.
Yeah, exactly.
Like, you don't have to wait like 14 years to like destroy him. All right.
You don't need to wait for Travis Scott to give you permission, okay? It's fine.
How dare you remind me of that, man?
dude, I've been unable to not be reminded of that, man.
Look, as long as Fiend doesn't start playing, we're all good. All right.
Oh, I thought you all were joking about SVR09's Road to WrestleMania mode. Oh, I was, but like in our canon, MVP's country is really just the state of Wisconsin. I don't even remember the full context of it. I think it was just like something that someone said in chat, and we just ran with it for the entirety of the stream.
Well, you know what? Why not? That's how most bits usually go.
Exactly. Yeah! Leg drop.
And John Cena, so much pent-up emotion.
Go and tag him in. Go tag in Randall. Randy. Yes, thank you.
No. Randall Keith. Randall Keith.
Cena's pent up, you say. Listen, he has a lot to get out of his system, dude.
Has the arm.
Gotta give him a little bit here. God damn. Dude, we're exchanging wrestling. Dude, we're exchanging holds here. That's crazy.
The Viper with the arm.
Oh, John Cena has more than 5 moves.
I know, right? He can wrestle.
Insane.
He's really being the allegations here.
Yeah.
What's gonna happen now? Orton with a
Dude, you're kidding me.
Orton makes the cover, and Cena kicks out.
This right here is real graps, dude.
That'll cause some damage.
Stop reversing all my shit.
Hey, Randy, can you just like tone it down for like 2 seconds?
Stop!
One of the most devastating of moves.
I will keep kicking out of this friggin' like out of this friggin' slam you do. There, finally.
That's right. You can't see me.
You can't see me.
Yeah. There you go.
Boom. Hit that finisher, baby. Hit that finisher, baby.
Come on. Yes!
No.
First one.
Okay, good.
Yes.
You reverse it for a second there.
I thought so too.
All right, now toss him to the corner. You know what? That kind of works. Hey, MVP, you can tag yourself in. You know that, right?
Yeah, I was about to say, you can do like the friggin' corner tag. Fine. MVP, you get. Hey! Junior, you need to wait for a second, dude.
Look, Tom. I need you to realize that like this is a video game. You gotta be like somewhat unrealistic with this stuff. you have to suspend reality for a little bit with these video games, man.
DiBiase reversed it. MVP.
This isn't like, you know, defrauding welfare. Like, there are rules to this shit.
Right?
Why is Randy's fighting a sentient pair of shorts and wristbands?
Yeah, exactly.
And
that's what I was. And MVP.
I could see MVP at least. The other guy, I don't know. Dude, he just has all of Randy's moves. There you go.
Well, yeah, that's what you are with Legacy, right? You're just there to support Randy, so you have to do everything he does.
Yeah, exactly. It's like you need to like do wrestles and shit. Wait, is the
Armbar.
shorts and wristbands vacant? The one and only, brother.
The one and only, brother.
Now and forever.
The offensive prowess of MVP. MVP.
I'm glad that he's retiring tomorrow. That way, you know, other guys can have a shot at all the championships he's won.
Yeah, right? Look, you want to talk about reigns of terrors. Vacant's reign of terror is insane.
Never ending, dude.
Never ending.
Ever since I started. He's been fucking on top of the world.
Provided he can reach Legacy's corner.
There's a gritty determination
Like,
in the eyes of MVP.
You know, we talk about all those images of like the belt collectors, but like Vacant did it first.
A counter by DiBiase.
He is that image of Triple H with all the belts, but real.
I say he's the image of Ultimo Dragon with all those belts.
The fucking All Japan Triple Crown. I love that.
Exactly.
I love that for him. I wish more guys were
Mercedes.
like
I say Mercedes Moné is just jealous.
that. Dude, what are you doing? Okay, Jesus. He ate an unbelievable amount of shit there. That's crazy.
I will say, with the amount of bounce that he has, like, why is he in the wrestling? He should be a stuntman. Jesus Christ, dude.
Listen, that's what he would be if he didn't love the business so much. He's the image of Sheamus at the end of WWE 12. Oh yeah, that's right.
I know
because
yep.
Because he has all the belts.
And did you hear the impact on that kick?
Cody,
give me a belt.
Hello, Mario. Only real ones remember the United Kingdom. All right.
Look out!
Only real ones remember the United Kingdom and then went on to book them in their universe mode.
Also, Bit Gamer, I'm gonna correct you. I am not Toucan Sam. I'm a Muppet. There's a difference.
He is a Muppet. For example, he doesn't have a cereal yet.
Exactly.
I'm sure that's coming any
Don't
day.
worry.
Ballin'.
Ballin'.
I know I need to do another finisher, but fuck it. I'm just gonna do one on Cody here.
And you've got to believe that the play
This guy's never going to WrestleMania, dude, but...
did Cody reverses.
Yeah, who thinks he can be a main event for anything?
Exactly.
The tag is made.
No, you go back. You go back to your corner, and you tag in the guy I want. Dude, they're moving in unison.
Oh, what a shot! Oh, right to the gut.
Oh, we're gonna get Cody.
This is probably ill-advised, but I'm going to let goddamn... Oh, wait! Yes! Yes! Yes!
There you go!
Yes! Ah, yes! Finally, dude!
Man, what you were gonna say? This is ill-advised, but what?
I was gonna let Legacy get their heat in for a second.
Yeah, it's very ill-advised.
The guy was good. What the... Dude! He wasn't even down! What? Ah! You've hit the AA on Randy, right? Yes. No!
Yes.
What is this?
By Cody Rhodes.
No.
That is like the ultimate DDT. Like, what the hell happened there?
Hooks the leg. And MVP.
Dude, not even a 1 count. Wow.
Yeah, that... yeah, that man's supposed to main event at WrestleMania. Hilarious.
You know what? You know what, brother? I think you need a new finisher. Let me show you this little thing here, brother. It's called the Crossroads.
I was gonna say, it looks like your wrestling path is at a crossroads.
Yeah, exactly.
MVP squeezing down.
Here, brother, let me show you how to do the Crossroads. First you get your opponent on the ground, then you run the ropes, and then you drop the leg, brother. At that point, you won't be at the Crossroads anymore, dude.
Cody reacting on
You'll be up in the stars with the red and yellow jack.
What a kick that was.
The red yellow.
That was like a freight train.
Even though Sheamus is from fucking Ireland and not the northern variant. Well, listen, fucking TEW will tell you otherwise. They just say Ireland as one thing. So, if you're popular in friggin' Ireland, you're popular over all of Ireland. Alright, yes!
Well, don't tell that to the IRA.
It's a shame the IRA didn't kill the bitch. Have you ever seen that video?
I have not, no.
It's a fucking, like... It's a video of a guy, like really loud on his mic going like, Margaret Thatcher is dead! Ding dong, the wicked bitch is dead! It's a shame the bitch didn't die 87 years ago! It's a shame that the IRA didn't kill the bitch!
Oh, did you get... Finally
John!
you hit it! Okay.
No! What are you doing?! What are you doing?!
Okay. Get Cody. Alright.
No, pin him! Count it! 1, 2. Oh my god!
Thank you! Oh, shit.
Dude, that was like 20 minutes! What was that? That was legitimately 23 minutes.
And these two came out on top.
My crown is off to Cena and MVP. That was no small feat.
It seems they have Orton's number, but knowing Randy, it's only a matter of time before he has his revenge. How will the Viper regroup?
He'll go to TNA.
Oh, no.
Man, dude, they've already started tearing down Raw. That's crazy.
Alright, we're done here.
Everyone go home now. We went way over time.
You can't go home, but you can't stay here.
We went way over our allotted time, dude. Alright. We're in Roanoke Vag.
Stephanie, you need to control those two criminals.
Oh, Randy, what are you talking about?
Cena and MVP. They're running around, threatening me, trying to ambush me. They probably have traps set everywhere.
Looking under her desk.
What do you want me to do about it?
This is an unsafe
You're a
work
big boy.
environment. I'm WWE champion. There are threats against my life. I need round-the-clock security. As a businesswoman, you can't leave your biggest investment unprotected. Can you?
I can, and I will. So far, Cena has done nothing to warrant my intervention.
What are you talking about?
You're facing him at the Royal Rumble. Now, if that's all...
Why are you lying?
You have some bias preventing you from acting sensibly. I'll go above your head on this one if I have to, Stephanie.
Dude, why doesn't this make sense so far? Like, literally, like, Stephanie... No! No, don't you shake your head at me. I saw the friggin' text message from last week. You put me in a handicap match for something I didn't even do.
Well, no. That's why you're saying that, like... Well, technically... Okay. Technically, if that's the case, she's right. She's done nothing that would warrant Randy getting extra security more than anything else.
The extra security in this case being Legacy. Alright. Well, listen. I need extra ad revenue. It's time for ad break.
Let's do it.
This is the era of 3 hour wait. Was
It's
this
break
Raw
time.
3 hours
Where
at
the
this point?
heck's the Cheetos, my dudes?
No, I don't think it was 3 hours until like to like the end of 2011, I think.
It's no big surprise that IDOS is moving up the video game food
When did
chain,
Raw start being
considering
3
last
hours?
year's mega hit Tomb Raider.
I'm looking at that
The
up.
sequel uses the same formula to great success, with minor control changes for sidestepping, and of course, all new worlds and vehicles. The game starts off with a peek at
2012.
ancient China.
No, according to
a
Ravens.
dragon attacks the
Oh,
Great
2012,
Wall,
okay.
and a soldier notices a dagger embedded in his chest. Oddly, removing the dagger results in the dragon's death. Weird.
It began the 3 hour
You play
format
Lara
with the
Croft,
1000th
complete with
episode of
front-loaded
Raw.
anvils, searching for
there
the
you go,
dagger
that makes
centuries
sense.
later. Your path to the dagger will take you just about everywhere, and that snow speeder kicks some major you-know-what. Tomb Raider has slightly more
Did you see
action
they
than
announced
exploration
two different
this time
Tomb Raider
around,
games
but you
coming
may
out
not
soon?
notice the difference. This is
No.
good, because that way
There-
everybody
So they got
obviously.
so
we're
they
giving Tomb
they
Raider
have
2 a
one
good
coming out
review.
next year
We
that's
fully
basically just
expected to do so.
a remake.
We knew the game
or
would be
yeah, a
great,
remake
and
of
it
the
is.
first
And we've
game,
only just
and then they have a
scratched the
completely
surface.
new title
In
coming
answer
out the
to
following
Laura's
year,
giant
like
earrings, however,
like a
we have a
new
challenge
entry
to
of the game
IDOS.
series.
In
Oh, a
Tomb
new
Raider
Tomb
3,
Raider game?
Create a storyline
Yep.
in which Lara
Okay.
gets breast cancer.
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Imagine the drama of a vulnerable
It was announced last
Lara
night, the Game
Croft
Awards. You're
still
not watching. I'm
persisting in
joking.
her worldly weakness despite her illness.
Listen,
It needs
unless it
fleshing
had
out,
Sonic, I don't
no
give a
pun
shit.
intended, but we guarantee
Yeah,
the
yeah,
gaming
valid.
world would be shocked, stunned, and moved at the effort to make Lara's character more
I don't care if
meaningful.
that makes me
We
sound
love
like
Lara,
I have
but it's
very
about
limited
time the
taste.
industry had a big shock for a change.
But I know what I like,
It's no
okay?
shock that Tomb
Well,
Raider 2
I'll say,
is
look,
excellent.
if it's true, it's
Everyone
true.
should buy it.
There's nothing wrong with
Period.
that.
The end.
I like Sonic. Everyone in the Long Boy Club likes Sonic, I imagine. So,
Of course.
and Frontiers made me cry. And Shadow Gens also made me cry. And
That's valid.
Sonic Crossworlds is very fun and very cool and good. This
Om
Tomb
nom nom.
Raider
Oh,
Race the
excuse me,
Tombs
we're
of
back, my
Angel
dudes.
Island. Dude, that'd be crazy. like, like the whole game is just like Laura stealing the Master Emerald. Oh my god, that'd be awesome.
Welcome to Monday
Hold
Night
on.
Raw, live from Roanoke.
We are almost at the Royal Rumble. Jesus Christ.
That's how it's pronounced, Roanoke? Oh, it was like Roanoke or something like that.
It's Roanoke.
On Triple H in our main event. As for our number one contender, John Cena, we're not sure what tonight holds for him.
Cena
Laura unmasked to show Rouge the Bat.
man's bad side, so anything could happen.
Alright, cool. Well, we're gonna go into the office and be interrogated by Stephanie again, I guess.
I didn't do fucking shit.
They're gonna put me in the match with, like, Cena and MVP versus the entire Raw roster.
I got this sneaking suspicion Orton's been around to fill your head with fables and fairy tales.
You two are making my job a lot more difficult, and I'm getting a little tired of this.
And what's your plan to deal with this, might I ask?
Business as usual. I have so much...
Oh.
Look, I don't have time to talk. Just pick your opponent tonight from the list of superstars without scheduled matches.
What?
I'll look at the menu. Sure.
Hello?
The menu?
Yes.
Let's see what
I
we got.
understand.
We're going out there eating ass tonight, dude.
Hell yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Finest of the bunch.
Yes.
Wait, hold on.
Wait.
Nope.
Okay.
Dude, I gotta pick Matt freaking Hardy if he's on there. What?
Oh, really? Oh, no, there it is. Huh.
This is, dude, one of these doesn't belong right here.
One of these things is not like the other. One of these things just isn't the
It's the
same.
Big Show.
Well, you know what? Here's what I say. I think we need to have the main event of WrestleMania before the main event of WrestleMania. Give me Cena versus Miz.
I knew it. I knew it, brother. Yeah. Woo. This time with no concussions and no Dwayne.
Yeah, no Dwayne. Yeah, thank God, no Dwayne.
Awesome. Big Show. Oh no! Do you know? Oh, dude, I will never forget like hearing like the theme to Show Miz being described on Deadlock. Because,
Oh God!
like, have you ever heard the theme?
You stay back, Cena.
I
Take
don't think
one
I
more
have.
step
Dude,
toward
it's
me
awesome.
and I'll have you thrown in jail.
So testy. Seems like all these schemes are wearing on your nerves, Randy.
You want schemes? Ask MVP. That guy will stab you in the back in a heartbeat. Why is he such a friend all of a sudden?
MVP doesn't have it in him to do that. Not anymore.
Then there's The Miz. I hear he's been looking to jump.
Referring to
What you're doing right now is deflecting.
2009.
Besides, The Miz, I ain't worried about him. I've beaten him more times than I can count.
If you say so, Cena.
No, like literally, like the theme for Show Miz is the funniest like mashup theme I've ever heard. It starts like because like it's just like the Miz's theme song, but with like
Right.
bits of the Big Show's themes, like vocals interspersed in there and pitched up to match the key.
Interesting.
So like the song starts like this, right? It goes like, well, awesome, be sure I came to play. Like literally, it's like Big Show.
Wait, let's see what before you go. Before you, yeah, I was gonna say before you go, I want to see what the other matches are.
Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah. That's something I've tried to make a habit out of, but like sometimes I forget.
No, that's fair. I'm wondering if we get Ezekiel 3 times on the card this time.
Dude, we gotta book him strong, dude.
All right, so we got Finley. Oh, we do got an Ezekiel.
Dude, I hear that he knows what domination is called.
I know, right?
Cena versus Miz in the mid card. Wow.
Can we just talk about the team up of Kofi with Mickey James going up against Kane with Maurice?
Dude, Kane and Maurice is insane.
Yeah. Goodness.
Dude, that is an insane team. I love that. Where's the main? The main was left blank. Well, don't you know? It's Orton and Triple H right there.
Yeah, it's Look, there doesn't need to be 6 matches on a pay-per-view. Sometimes it could be 5. Look. Oh, wait, no, not a pay-per-view. An episode of Raw.
Yeah.
An episode of television.
And on pay-per-view, if you're in 2025.
And on pay-per-view. Well, when you're WWE, when you're AEW, you just run all the matches, including some that go from the pre-show.
Dude, they started doing that now, and I hope that they do that sparingly, because otherwise it's going to be, like, really blatant.
Right?
I mean, I enjoy it, like, every once in a while as a novelty, right?
Like, it was fun whenever we had, what was it, the Revival
and Speedball, either in
and Speedball and
Jet Speed.
And, yeah, Jet Speed. Like, that was fun, but, like, let's not make that, like, the standard, you know?
Dude, New Japan clapping for The Miz? That's crazy.
Also, Tom, I appreciate you. Oh, yes. What are we going to do with all these people? Put them on.
Superstar. Listen, we have learned from this game that Superstars is where, like, Superstars is like Collision. That's where, like, the really good wrestling happens. You know? That's where everyone puts on their working pants for no reason.
Superstars is AEW Dark. That's what that is.
You fucking take that back.
I mean that in the nicest way possible, because there are some really good things going on Dark.
But listen, in our timeline, Superstars is like Collision. But no, in real life it was like Dark. But unfortunately, unlike Dark, there wasn't like Taz and Excalibur just riffing.
Also, Tom is on fire. Raw and SmackDown are just so WWE raises a budget for Superstars.
Yeah. That's where all the big matches happen. That's where you get Christian and Kane in a goddamn Inferno match, and Rey Mysterio and Chris Jericho in a submission match, and tables matches and shit.
Well, he's answering tonight.
Like, those have been like the bonus matches you get like in these playthroughs.
Oh, okay.
Just like crazy gimmick matches. Like, are you gonna get Kane versus Christian in an Inferno match on SmackDown? I don't think so. On Superstars, on Superstars, that's just the weekly fare, dude.
Yeah. It rewards you for actually watching.
Exactly. Hold on.
Miz has the headlock.
I love Shawn.
There he goes, out of the ring.
There you go.
No doubt that the Miz
I don't think they ever fought in 2011 and 2012 SmackDown, though. Who, Christian and Kane? No, they probably didn't. Like, literally, like, when we came to SmackDown, when we were doing Christian's story, literally, Kane was literally just like, I'll see you on Superstars, fresh meat. Literally, the first thing we do, the moment we walk in, he challenges us to a match.
That's respect more than anything else.
Oh, I know. Wow. He wants to ring in that new kid from TNA, Christian Cage. I hear they got Jeff Hardy host.
No.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah. And I hear that he's facing Sting here soon in the main event of a pay-per-view.
Oh, that's insane. Think Scott Steiner's gonna show up?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
You know, John Cena's no slouch when it comes to his ground game.
I mean, you always have to be educated anytime Scott Steiner shows up.
Oh yeah.
How else would I know my how else would I know my math without Scott Steiner?
Well, if you're ever insecure about it, just ask him. He'll tell you at length.
No, they say all men are created equal. But you look at me, look at Samoa Joe, you can see that is not true.
You look at The Miz, and you can see that statement is probably more true than you think. No, that's not fair. I like The Miz fine enough.
Oh yeah, no, Miz is oh my god.
Dude, the fucking neck breaker, that's awesome. Can
Cena do that tomorrow?
Whoa! Jeez!
Hey. Cena's unhinged. He's attacking everyone.
That's not to say, like, Cena was like letting out some aggression there. That was nuts.
And John Cena with so much pent-up emotion.
John Cena's pent up again.
I was gonna say, see, even freaking
controlling the head.
even Michael Cole recognizes it.
John Cena's no slouch when it comes to his ground
I love it, Michael.
Miz goes behind. Hard shot to the
The Miz is working me here. Hold on.
Had to like that one. This is it. Here he goes.
There he goes.
There we go. You can't see me.
Yeah.
The five-knuckle shuffle.
John Cena poised in the attitude adjustment.
I'm sending you over to the A show, brother. Superstars ahoy!
Attitude adjustment. Cena's gonna win.
Dude, more red and black fucking gear.
Cena did it. Cena
Yeah, again, it was the style at the time.
It was the style at the time.
Cena turned back the Miz, but this was no walk in the park for the number
I'm glad
one.
that this time they were able to find the big red onions and not just the big yellow ones.
I'm sure Randy Orton was watching this match from the locker room.
He'd better be focused on his own match tonight, Michael. However, it'll be Cena
That
and
whole...
We have an announcement from the GM.
Oh
of
no.
Raw.
Oh fuck. No.
I gave you Vietnam flashbacks with that.
No. The match has been reversed in favor of The Miz, hasn't it?
No, we're just restarting it.
God damn it. Come on, man. We're at the Royal Rumble. It's fine. Yeah. Washington, D.C., brother.
DC, baby. Oh my god, it's a full circle moment.
My god, you're right.
Ted and Cody. Why am I not
Oh.
surprised to see you here?
Whoa.
Ted, tune your jump scare.
On loose cannon. We're not here to fight.
Yeah, there's no need to get violent. We're just here to let you know that there's been a change of plans.
Not as far as I know.
What do
The
you
plan
mean?
is, was, and will be this. I plan on dumping Orton on his head and walking out the WWE champion.
Well, that's going to be
Oh,
pretty
burning
hard
hammer
to
time?
refuse, lunatic.
Oh
Maybe
Jesus.
you better go speak to Stefan.
After you calm down, madman.
What?
Madman.
Alright. So hold on. Are we actually gonna, like, wrestle for the title tonight?
Tonight, 30 men get a dream opportunity. Win the Royal Rumble match, and a title shot is yours at WrestleMania.
In addition, Michael, we're finally going to see the long-awaited one-on-one showdown between John Cena and Randy Orton for the WWE Championship.
These two have never gotten along, but I think their rivalry is worse now than ever before.
I don't know, man. I just kind of wrestled The Miz on Raw and nothing happened. I think it's okay.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I think you're good.
Oh, hey, it's Matt Sydal over there. What do you want the most for Christmas?
Money.
Yeah.
Like I could be like cheeky. I could like, you know, that'd be nice to have this or that. Like, look, I got bills I need to pay. All right, like if I could get those taken care of, I can have a Merry Christmas.
1,000 followers on Twitch would be nice, but I'm not even at 900. So
freaking 10,000 followers. Oh, Jesus.
Hi. Pringles in a bowl time. Dude, more red and black. Okay, well, like, listen. Kozlov is red and white.
I wasn't gonna say it. I wasn't gonna say it. I was at least gonna say, "Oh my God, Ezekiel Jackson." Which one is this one? Is this the fifth one?
I wasn't even going for that. I stopped myself because I saw that there were white stripes on Vlad's gear. Oh my God. I'm fucking sick. I'm fucking sick of this red and black gear, dude.
Hey, we're gonna stop this bit right here.
He killed Christian Cage in a shoot fight, dude. That's so true.
Keep busy walking, John Cena. You will not attack Orton tonight.
But what's all this?
We got orders not to let you anywhere near the WWE champion.
Well, you're gonna have trouble following these orders when I'm pinning him in that ring tonight.
You have problem? Talk to GM. Don't talk to us anymore.
Dude, why is there such a bit? Just let me have my friggin' title match.
Yeah.
Like, literally, I'm not doing anything here. Just let me have my match.
Like, John, like, I earned this. Like, what's all y'all's, like, problems?
Seriously.
Like, look. Take a chill pill.
Love Beth.
Keep walking, brother.
Brother.
Okay, fine.
Matt Seidel.
Beat it.
What's up, Matt?
Dude.
Okay.
Dude, everyone on this show. Hey, hold on.
Yeah, okay. Now we need to talk so. Wait a second. Hold on. Tommy Dreamer's on the card?
But he's not playable. Dude, there are multiple guys that show up on
Father,
these cards.
I would like an official Red Ryder Carbine Action 200 shot range model air rifle BB gun for Christmas. And some Cheetos.
I can promise you the Cheetos. The rifle, I'm not so sure.
Yeah, you'll shoot your eyes out.
You'll need to really show some progress on your addiction, okay?
Yeah, all right, Steph, we gotta talk. Like, what's up?
What do you mean?
Yeah, why didn't you tell me that we had Tommy Dreamer? That would be a great person to have my back, all right? Like, what the fuck?
No,
Tommy
really.
Dreamer would kill a guy.
No, he will. He will. He will. He'll make plans to go on the screen, and Tommy will fucking kill you.
Calm down, Cena. Look, Orton went over my head. After that alleged assault, Randy got a restraining order against you and MVP. There's nothing I
didn't
can
do shit.
A restraining order? Now, how is that gonna work? Check your calendar. My foot has an appointment with his cranium tonight.
Not anymore, it doesn't. Your title shot is off. It's out of my hands. These two are here to make sure you don't try anything as you exit the arena.
Huh?
Please vacate the arena calmly, okay?
This is your first time.
How do you answer Steph?
No.
No, this is bullshit.
I earned that opportunity.
Until I get my title shot. If your goons have a problem with that, then they can tell it to my fists.
Orton was right. I'm sorry, Cena, but you're out of control.
I'm out of control for having a title shot that I earned.
Yeah.
More than anything.
I want my title shot, Stephanie.
Steph, put any damage I caused to the office on my tab.
What? Dude.
Thanks, Ezekiel.
Dude, Zeke is unhinged. Wow.
Zeke's a real one.
Whoa! What?
Okay.
Holy shit!
God.
What?
Oh.
Wow.
And
Okay.
Congratulations, Ezekiel is now the new owner of WWE.
Dude, that's insane. Dude, they can't stop hitting each other.
I'd say just let them fight. Just let them take care of it. They clearly have some issues they need to take care of.
Yeah, they have. Dude, do we know that Zeke will start shoot fights? We saw that in Christian's goddamn save.
Look, all I'm just saying is that, Zeke's probably mad they got booked for like 3 matches in one night, all right? He's got to take his anger out somewhere.
I think he needs a vacation more than anything.
Exactly. And like he's working overtime now being this like bodyguard thing. Like, screw that.
Yeah, I know. I mean, like he already had that stuff when he was with Brian Kendrick. He doesn't want it again. Come on. No. Ow! Come on, I wanted to get Zeke. I know you hate him, dude. I saw it. Ow!
Well, that was smart.
Let the kaiju fight. Hold on just a second. I'm gonna go ahead and,
For the break?
No. We need music.
Oh, get the music going. Gotcha.
Mario RPG.
There we go. Oh, Jesus. There's water everywhere.
It's up to my knees.
It's up to my jorts.
That's my knee nation right here.
Okay, I'm walking down that one. Thank you, everyone.
It was right there, okay?
No, it was perfect.
Let me do it. Let me do my shit. Thank you.
All right, Zeke, stay back. Stay back. This isn't on you.
TV!
Ooh. Ow.
Dude, who better than Zeke?
Who better Zeke to hold on to Vincent?
To Vince's head?
McMahon's. It's Clover time. Oh wait, wrong person.
Please.
Oh, those books look... Let's give a good little education.
Yeah, those books look pretty smashable, frankly.
I think they are. Ooh, domed them.
Wow.
You domed them with a dome. Oh, even better, the awards. Oh, no.
No.
You know, I spoke a little too soon.
Fuck you, I have the orange shirt.
Stop talking. You don't have the talking stick.
Exactly. You do not have the talking stick. I was about to say, please let me do this.
Yeet.
I gotta get my shit in.
What if you were able to like grab one of the books and all of a sudden like...
Can I? Hold on.
It turned around and you're in like an entire like underground arena.
I like that. I like that idea.
Like that was the original Raw Underground?
Yeah, it's just a bunch of books. I like that. So it's like I kind of want to win this, so I'm gonna restart this real fast.
Yeah. Put any damage.
I thought you had a chance.
I had like 6 seconds left. See, I have a little timer down there.
Oh, well, no, because my fat head's in the way.
Oh, right. Right. 5 head. Ah! Now you get the awards. Yeah.
Enjoy your slammy.
Exactly, the only one you'll get. And now you get books. I didn't even notice the timer.
About the WWE. Well, no, Tom. Again, it's easy to miss the timer because my fat head is in the way.
Because he's got a 5 head and I couldn't see it.
Yes. Look, it's the unfortunate thing about Muppets. We have giant heads. Oh, and we got the fire going again. There's the sprinkler system.
Come on.
And now Vladimir Kozlov is the...
It's the new owner. Man, ownership's changing quick.
Yeah, I knew TKO was a little loose with their stuff. I mean, this
I
is
know,
ridiculous.
Right? No, please.
You stumbled right into that. I'm just saying.
Come on.
There we go. You shit it.
I think that's it. I think that's good enough. Really?
Nope, not for him. You probably should have done it with Zeke.
No match for the Pringles in a bowl. What?
Oh yeah, weird angle. Ow, ow, ow! It hurt! Mean. You know what? I'll give credit to Randy. He's got some good security on him.
I know, right? Dude! Your navigation is on point.
Ow, my back. Oh.
Dude, why can't I grab him?
Ow. Because you have like a sliver of health.
You're right.
Thank God none of them have any sort of like specials or any finishers saved up. Because
Seriously.
you'd be out.
Dude, what difficulty do I have these guys set to?
I appreciate their tandem taunting.
I know, right?
They are so in sync. See, why was this not a legit tag team in WWE? I mean, come on.
I know, right?
It's literally Braun and Braun.
That's their tag name. Ow!
No. Jesus.
I cannot get anything on these guys. What is happening? Okay, enough with the back rakes. Smash ends in a draw. What do you mean a draw?
Oh, hey, CM Punk.
I'm pretty sure I have it set on hard. What?
Oh, hey guys.
What?
Hi. Hi.
Okay. You know.
Okay. You know what? Sure. That's what I see. Just keep walking.
Dude, what? Okay.
This game is flawless. 10 out of 10.
Wow. Okay. Fine. I'm going then, I guess.
I guess fuck me, right?
You know what? That's fine. I'm hurt. What? Okay.
Thank you.
I need to show...
Look, Cena, you can't beat Randy. He's just too smart. And he asked us to leave you this reminder.
What?
Oh.
I gotta fight him anyways?
Oh my god!
Oh my god! Dude! What? Okay, fine, you know? Bowser.
You didn't want to live without competition, yes?
Yo, you earned this.
Fine, you know what? I'm not holding back. Ow! I'm not holding back anymore.
I'm not holding back. Get shoved.
I'm calling him Mulligan.
Without competition, yes?
Oh, I see a fire hydrant. Or fire extinguisher.
Dude, I am sick of looking at these two.
Yeah, the red on red action is really.
Seriously, I'm sick to death of you red guys.
Who knew that John Cena's orange would not be the most tacky color in this game?
I know, right? in the fight. And this happens if you say yes. So what, if I don't beat him in the office, then I have to fight them out here anyways? What? Whoa!
What at the time? Oh, Jesus.
I've never seen that. Wow. I am going to kill all of you.
Oh, he's got the fire extinguisher. Careful.
I am taking this. You. Okay, you know what? Fuck it. I don't care if I win or lose. I just want to be done with these two.
What if the timer runs down and then you have to go back to Stephanie's office and the whole entire situation runs again? You have to fight them again.
I'm like in the most fucked up, version of Groundhog Day ever.
Exactly.
It's like fucking Groundhog Day. I like that. I highly doubt it, but I wonder if there's a victory cutscene for being the two in the GM office. I'm wondering too, honestly.
There has to be.
Because like, if I lose that fight and it was like scripted to the point of like me not being able to like leave like normally if I don't beat them, then there has to be like some like special thing that happens. What? Okay, fine.
I will say with all this stuff going down, where the fuck is MVP?
Yeah, where is he?
Yeah, Hogan's supposed to have our back.
Dude, he was like Johnny on the spot when I was going up against Legacy, but now he can't friggin' be bothered when I'm being up two of the most dominant forces in wrestling today. And MVP, no, MVP's not a dominant force. Ezekiel Jackson and goddamn Vladimir Kozlov. It's all about the Pringles in the bowl, baby. I would have to imagine at least, you know, you're able to like walk out of here and not fight these two again in the friggin' parking lot.
I highly doubt it, given that apparently if you had said yes in the office, this is what would happen. Like, I don't think there's any I don't think there's any timeline where these two don't attack you.
Dude, what was that Phantom Reach? Did you see that?
Yeah, I saw that.
That was crazy. No, not the Boston. Wait, no, it's Giant Swing. Ow!
Ow.
Damn.
Ouch.
Ezekiel's taking Kozlov under his wing. Yeah, teach him how to be a shoot fighter, brother.
Position the ground, Cena.
Okay, so that means that Ezekiel's out, right?
Yeah, Zeke's out. I love double E, and I'll show you just how much I love it. Let's say, like, you took 3 moves in a row. You've never done that before. Kozlov. I swear to God. This dude. Okay, fine.
Yeah, just take it. Just take it.
Can I go home now?
Okay, you went home. You went home.
Did I?
Maybe. I don't know. Oh, yeah, okay.
Dude, I read the sheet. That was Big Show on there. That is not the Big Show.
Yeah. I'll say, yeah, Big Show looks a lot different than I last remember. Oh, wait.
Oh, no. Cody Rhodes has sent Kofi crashing to the arena floor.
It's a dirty tactic, but this is a no disqualification match.
That's just
I taught that move, brother.
How can Kofi survive against this
I taught that move, brother.
Real glass, cry me a river in the parking lot.
That doesn't fly with me, brother.
That doesn't fly with me.
This is real glass, brother. Go cry me a river.
He's fucking saying that to Sting.
But you have to expect those kind of things when you face Randy Orton.
But how long
It's almost time for a 2-minute Cheetos break, my dudes.
Yeah, it was like calling him stupid on the mat, for sure.
The Royal Rumble match is next.
Oh, the Royal Rumble match.
I don't know how we couldn't have been in the Rumble as a consolation. Are we still not done this evening?
MVP has won the Royal Rumble.
Oh, hey, good for MVP.
Hey,
Okay, that's where.
look at that.
You know what? Okay, fine. I respect MVP because at least he was getting ready to go for that title.
Wow, he does hurt people after all.
The #1 contender has a restraining order against him.
Cena got robbed.
So wait, Randy was in the Rumble match too?
MVP is going to WrestleMania.
Do you see him out there?
More dominant than ever. Can he be stopped?
Randy wins the match. I will beat myself at WrestleMania.
Well, it was like freaking Brock Lesnar when he entered that Rumble match that one year. 2020. That's when he entered the match. It's like, yeah, I'm the champion. So technically, if I win the Rumble match, the main event is technically supposed to be me. So I could just go home.
He just like goes out there and stands for like 5 minutes.
You were not worthy. You are not worthy.
Stupid. Here. Oh, that explains. I have it set to hard mode.
There you go.
All right, we're gonna go to normal mode now because I don't want this to take 6 hours. So
I appreciate that.
we're already at 2 hours 15 minutes. I was hoping to get, to at least halfway by now, but we are just about halfway there.
Ladies and gentlemen, Raw has returned to Memphis, Tennessee, and we are one night removed from the Royal Rumble, which saw MVP emerge victorious. And if there's one thing they love in Memphis,
We've had like 3 Royal Rumble wins in this game.
To win the Royal Rumble match.
Yeah.
After Randy Orton seemingly got rid of John Cena and slithered his way to a win over Kofi Kingston, he's got someone else banging on his door.
it's turning into quite a complicated title situation. I'm sure we'll learn more about it tonight. We'll also find out the first qualifier for the Elimination Chamber.
Ooh, the chamber.
Are we going to?
Also, wait, you're not gonna talk to what's his face in the parking lot?
Shad? Hold on.
Yeah.
Hold on. Let's see if he has anything to say.
Come on, man. You playing yourself. Back off me.
Okay, fine. Fuck you.
Dude, everyone in this game that doesn't have something to say to you is just really rude for some reason. I don't get it.
Yeah, like, I even like just a simple, hey, good to see you, dog. You know? Like, that'd be nice.
MVP's getting that monster push. Maybe if I have the
Good.
title at Mania, I'll drop it to him.
Oh, hey, Maurice.
Just go away.
Okay, fine.
Everyone is like this to you.
All right, Steph. You got some explaining to do.
Just the general manager I'm looking for. You get my title shot worked out yet?
Cena, you have no idea what it's like to do my job. And your antics don't make it any easier for me.
You know I earned that title shot. You're letting Randy Orton push you
I'm the
around?
victim here.
Here I thought you were a McMahon.
I can give you a reminder that I'm a McMahon, Cena. Look, tonight there's a mixed tag match that needs a spot filled. I'm putting you in it. You've got your match, now just go compete.
You seem pretty stressed, Steph. You need a hug or a can of soup or something?
Just leave, Cena. Just leave.
I'll take a can of soup from Cena.
Chunky.
Yeah, chunky.
All right.
Give me that New England clam chowder.
I don't know about that. I enjoy baked
Oh, you're
potato.
not a big fan of... Okay, you know what? Respect.
All the starch. I'm a big starch stud.
Hey, Cena. I hear you're my tag partner tonight.
Yeah, Mickey, that's what they tell me.
I did not beat
Anything I need to
Kozlov,
know?
no.
Only that we're going up against the blondest, most conceited pair in WWE history. But with you on my side, I feel a whole lot better.
Who is that?
Ziggler and Maurice?
You know what? That's what I was thinking.
they said the blondest. Those are the two, like,
Yeah.
bleach blonde hair.
Ah, you were right on the button there. Wow.
Ah, gotcha.
Do we have Finlay versus Mark Henry? We have...
Yeah, Finlay versus Mark Henry. Big Show versus Kozlov, okay.
It's almost time for a 2-minute Cheetos break, my dudes.
All right, we'll run it.
Yeah, let's run it. Fuck, do it live.
Was Mickey James that jacked? I don't know.
It's break time.
I don't think so.
Where the heck's the Cheetos,
Mickey James
my
has always
dudes?
been pretty built. Here, while you're running this little 2-minute
Now
one,
for
let's take a
sports
quick bathroom
games.
break.
WWF No Mercy
Oh, wait, hold on.
is the latest title from Aki Corporation.
This
all
is me.
of which are inferior to Acclaim's WWE Warzone and Attitude titles. While the roster of this game is certainly impressive, the fact is that the wrestling is slow, and setting up for the fancier moves is next to impossible. We were pulling our hair out, trying to do the people's elbow. Ah! Come on, it's just an elbow drop. Almost every wrestler in the game has some kind of elbow drop, but they just had to make it super complicated for The Rock. That's absurd, folks. The sound quality in this game is also terrible, with many of the iconic themes being crushed down to fit on the Nintendo 64. And the entrances have been reduced to 10 seconds of posing on the ramp, a real downgrade from what even WCW Revenge offered. One thing Aki does better than Acclaim, however, is customization. You can change almost everything about every wrestler in the game. We brought back the skinny white turd from our review of WWF Attitude and gave him a great entrance. Here's what our game guy, Tom Allen, cooked up for us.
I just think that adding sexual chocolate was an inspired choice.
I got back just in time.
Hey, welcome back.
Did I just see turd?
Om nom them.
Yes.
Oh, excuse me, we're back, my dudes.
Welcome back to Raw. It's a thing, okay? It's a whole thing.
Fair enough. Alright, fine, I'll wrestle this match. I'm not happy about it, but I'll wrestle it.
Dude, I should be champion right now.
I should be champion.
No, I should be champion.
No, I should be champion.
I should be the fucking champion.
There's only one champion, and that's gonna be I.
From Montreal, Quebec, Maurice.
I'll punch you in the eye. Yeah.
How dare you?
You're both wrong. I should be the champion. What kind of fool do you take me for? He's the champion,
right?
He's the champion, you're the champion? I'm the champion. Are there any other champions I should know about? R-Truth pulls up with the 24... R-Truth pulls up with the 24/7 title.
What's up?
I'm out of here.
And their partner from Hollywood, California, weighing 223 pounds, Dolph Ziggler.
I'm out of here.
He's Dolph Ziggler. What?
Go on.
My friend Zach, the dead president, told me about Dolph Ziggler's initial gimmick being him just walking up to guys and saying, "Hi, I'm Dolph Ziggler." And and when I learned that, I turned to Zach and I was just like, was he trying to bury him?
So he was going with what was his name? Braden Church or whatever that one dude's name was?
Braden Church?
Oh, you don't know about this. So, Chris Harris in TNA? When he came, or Braden Walker.
Yeah. Braden Walker.
Okay, Braden Walker coming to WWE. Hi, I'm Braden Walker. Hey, knock knock. Who's there? Me. I'm about to knock your lights out, or some shitty knock knock joke.
What the fuck?
Yeah, that was his gimmick.
They gave that to Chris Harris.
They gave that to Chris Harris, and he only had like a handful of matches and was gone from WWE immediately.
He was like, "Fuck this! I'm going back to TNA."
Yeah,
that's literally what happened. I remember. Like, he was literally on, like, the ECW brand and Superstars, and that's it, I think.
Mm-hmm.
The funny thing is, even with that knowledge, in my TEW save, that's like a 2004 mod, one of his gimmicks is listed as Braden Walker, and you could set that as his gimmick.
Yep.
And I'm just like, you know what? Out of all of the gimmicks that can be redeemed, this is definitely one of the ones that can be redeemed of all time.
We can make Braden Walker like the ultimate. We can make Braden Walker like the John Cena if we wanted to.
We can make him Hulk Hogan, brother.
We can make him Hulk Hogan, brother.
Put him slap him in the red and the yellow, and he'll be selling millions, dude.
Selling millions with his iconic catchphrase, knock knock. Who's there? It's me, Braden Walker.
It's me, Braden Walker, and I'm decked down the red and the yellow, dude.
What a punch! Dolph Ziggler's getting decimated.
I won't be over there to put him over there, dude. You can guarantee that.
He's looking to put his opponent away.
Wait, right here. Give Braden Walker the legs express.
Yes, yes.
5 knuckles shuffle. He's in bad shape.
We're gonna do the one thing that Vince was too scared to do.
Instead, it'll be called the Walker Club.
What a collision!
Where all my walkers at?
Attitude adjustment.
Where all my walkers named Braden at?
So much on the line here.
God damn it.
She finally steps out.
Dude, Braden Walker was something that I just completely, like, locked away in the recesses of my mind. That's crazy.
To be fair, WWE did the same exact thing.
Listen, I've told this story 1,000 times, but while we're on the subject of America's Most Wanted, I may as well tell you this as well.
Okay.
I have a story from, like, a small indie show that me and Zach went to, like, many moons ago, right?
Okay.
And James Storm was supposed to be on the card. He was supposed to face Chris Masters, I believe.
Okay.
However, before James' match, the people that were paying him pulled out of the show, and the promoter was not willing to cover the tab. So what he did was he didn't walk... What the fuck? Okay. So what he did was that he didn't walk out of the show, but rather... He got up into the stands, right? Rather, like, he, like, walked up into the stands with a goddamn six-pack, and he just watched the show with everybody else.
Oh, hell yeah.
And, like, there were people, like, you know, going up there, and, you know, like, and they were just, you know, like, just sitting up there with him chilling and stuff. And I look up, you know, across the way. I turn to Zach, and I'm like, Zach, is that fucking James Storm? And like I was too scared to go and check because I didn't want to make an ass of myself, right?
Valid.
So like I missed out on a chance to potentially hang out with the Cowboy James Storm on that night, and I'm a little sad.
That is a great story regardless, though.
Because like the fucking sponsor for freaking James Storm pulling out. And then the promoter not paying him is like the most corny bullshit of all time.
Yeah, no, straight up, it is.
Cena wins.
Like, I don't blame him for like just stiffing the show and then going up into the stands.
Cena and Mickey turn back their platinum opponents.
But the real story here, Michael, is why Cena was just dropped in this match in the first place.
I'm sure Stephanie has her reasons.
She wants to send him over to SmackDown, the C show.
But Cena wants Orton, and I think all the WWE universe
That's a demotion, brother. See, if he was the WWE champion, he'd be living big and large on Superstars right now.
Superstars.
Wait, wasn't there rumors Mickey and Cena were a thing?
Yeah, I think they did. I think they did date for like a hot second.
But obviously now, you know, Mickey's married to Nick Aldis, so.
Yep, and Cena's married to some random person.
To not Nikki Bella, I know that for a fact.
Yeah, yep. Yeah, I don't know who she like. She sounds like a fantastic. I heard John on Chris Van Vliet talking about his wife or whatnot. She seems like a fantastic person more than anything else. Like, I'm glad that he thinks so highly of her, but like I don't know who she is.
Michael Cole, along with my partner Jerry Lawler.
Oh, this should be a fun
That match was structured like a match on Superstars in real life, though.
Yeah, it basically was.
John Cena are both here tonight.
Well, Cena certainly has reason to be angry at the Champ King, but we'll have to see if he's able to keep his temper
Thank you.
and stay out of jail.
What? Dude, why is everyone like treating me like I'm liable to catch an assault charge at any second? All I want is my goddamn title match that I earned. You know? I didn't even threaten Randy. Dude.
Why is everyone treating us like we're freaking
like we're criminals?
Ridiculous. Yeah.
Like this is ridiculous. If you really don't want me on Raw, put me on Superstars. I hear they make bank over there anyways. Big time criminal Jonathan Anthony Felix Cena from West Newbury, Massachusetts. What? Okay. Hi.
Well, if it isn't the Unchained John Cena, I suppose you're here to get your revenge against me for the Royal Rumble. Yes, John, I screwed you. What are you gonna do about it?
I'm gonna wait for the right time.
Smack!
Then I'm gonna beat you down and take your WWE Championship home at the same time.
So what you're saying is you're too much of a coward to do anything to me right now. I guess it's happened, Cena. I've kicked you around for so long, you're actually starting to like it. Come on, John. After all I've done, you have no reaction? You're just gonna stand there looking stupid? I play you like some video game. And you just keep letting me score points. Doesn't it get tiring to be outsmarted time after time?
Listen, bro. I don't see what's so stupid about this. I'm keeping myself out of jail, you know?
Exactly.
I'm smart.
And I'm sure if you react, that gives Stephanie more justification.
Yeah, I'm the smart one, you know?
All he's doing is just talking shit. Let him talk his talk.
Yeah. All you're doing is talking shit, Randall.
All you're doing is talking shit, Randall Keith Orton.
Randall Keith Orton from St. Louis, Missouri. Is a restraining order being violated by him standing right in front of you? Yeah, yeah, it is. You're violating your own restraining order. Like, you're touching me right now, dude.
Cena, where's your pride? I know your blood is boiling. I have the WWE Championship. I've outsmarted you at every corner. Hit me. Do it! Do it! Fine, Cena. You win. And here's what you win.
Okay. You're a dick.
Fine, you know what? All bets are off, brother.
Mm-hmm. See, you striked first.
I'm in the right now. Here. You know?
Exactly.
I'm in the right.
I have a reason.
Fuck you, man. I'm gonna make you pay for that. Now it's try to see. It's a shoot fight, brother. Exactly.
See, I was trying to keep it civil. You're the one that decided to just go with the dick kick city, bitch.
Yeah, exactly. I'm the baby face here. You have no probable cause anymore. You started this shit.
Yep. And there's cameras backstage. We all know that's a reality, so I can prove it.
Exactly. This right here, everything from now on is self-defense. What?
Dick shots and the response there too.
I literally, dude, you literally started in the middle of a cutscene. I'm literally like watching a cutscene right now where Randy and Cena are doing like a fucking security holding back angle. You saw him. He attacked me. He's not supposed to be within 20 feet of me. Dude!
Narrate to us what's happening like a radio drama. Cena's being carried away. MVP. What the hell was that? Big things popping. John Cena stopping MVP. Don't forget, I have a restraining order against you too. Just go back the way you came. This doesn't concern you unless you want to serve more time behind bars. MVP walks away defeated. Randy folds his arms. They didn't do MVP like that. Hold on. I have a promo to cut. I enjoy it. You know what? I enjoy just narrating it like it's not even fucking happening. I enjoy narrating it like it's an audio drama. Randy folds his arms, looking smug about taking Cena to jail. Alright, I have a fucking promo I need to cut. Alright, I have a thing. Come on, just a second. Boom, 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 boom. See, like I have a promo redeem here.
You got this. You got this.
Alright.
Let them know.
Randy,
let them know.
This one is for you. You come up here with all your restraining orders, all this, oh, you can't touch me. What is this, some playground bullshit? I was ready to respect the restraining order. I told you myself that when the time was right, I was going to lay you out and take my WWE Championship. But no, you just had to cross the line that you put on yourself. You and your pride and your ego and your violent tendencies. You just had to be the instigating piece of shit I always knew you were. Well, listen, from this point, all bets are off. The apex predator is about to learn what it's like to go from the hunter to the hunted. Because guess what, brother? It's snake hunting season.
Let's go!
I don't know about you, but I think that was pretty fire.
I think that was pretty fire too. I think you get the point across. Hey, there you go. See, people are giving you your
Hey! Thank you, thank you, thank you. It's hunting season.
Spare serotonin, please.
Thank you. That little scratching sound effects and stuff.
Oh, I hear it. I hear it.
You know what? I agree. Randy Orton is a sick fuck, instigating little shit.
Exactly.
I'm gonna come and kick his ass now.
Yeah, as you should.
He deserves it.
You try to be simple about it. It's like, okay, restraining order. I'll get my opportunity.
Oh my God! Cena is completely out of control.
I didn't know I cut a promo that hard, Patch. Wow.
He's worried too. But in his new position, he probably feels pretty secure.
New position? What are you talking about?
It's
What?
just a rumor, King. We'll see if it's true.
Hi, Hanway.
New position. Oh no.
That's right. He's the Guest Raw general manager.
Oh dear God.
Santine. Santino.
I'm glad you are no longer behind bars with your sheet of raps. I worry big movie people will no longer answer your phone calls. Because of that, Santino decided he will star in the sequel to your Macho Police action motion picture, 12 Rounds.
God, that dates it, brother.
I am Mr. Officer Dan Fisher. Stop kidnapping my wives!
I'm glad the franchise will be in good hands, Santino.
You are gracious in defeat, John Cena. I will send you a postcard from Hollywood.
Dude, he was like so mesmerized by Cena's praise that he froze in place. Did you see that?
Yeah, no, exactly. I appreciate that he's the one guy that isn't like, fuck you, Cena.
Yeah, I know, right? Instead, he's like, I'm gonna take your movie deal, brother. What are you gonna do about that? I'm gonna go guest star in Barbie, brother. What are you gonna do?
I'm gonna go guest star in Barbie, and I'll also probably be Peacemaker.
Yeah, I'm gonna go make some
Looks not
peace.
really
You know.
Let's see. What else am I gonna do?
I'm gonna be in Fred the movie. Both of them.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I'll also be Ferdinand the Bull. I think that'd be a very good one.
I think that would be a good move for my career.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, while at it, why don't I just go on Jimmy Fallon a couple times?
I hear that Cartoon Network needs some wrestlers for their Hanna-Barbera movies. I think I'm gonna go and be in one of those.
Yeah,
or 3.
You know, I'm a real fan of Scooby-Doo. You know, Scooby-Doo.
I'll have them write it so that Daphne Blake has a crush on me, and Fred is really jealous about it. It's funny, guys. I've been like into a lot like of old Adult Swim stuff, and one of those shows is Harvey Birdman. And,
oh my God, yes!
And any time that like any of the old cartoon characters come on, I'm always like stunned that a lot of them are just voiced by their original VAs. Like the Scooby-Doo and Shaggy episode, like those are all like the original VAs that were alive at
I'm
the time.
gonna go and aim it to Flintstones.
I've seen that Mr. Frog. I see that Mr. Frog on it. Might take a shot. I've seen that Mr. Frog on it. Might take a shot. Oh no! Fucking Santino's the new Mr. Frog.
That's Santino. I thought it was John. I was like, I seen that Mr. Frog's on it. Might take a shot on it.
No. Listen. Either Cena or Santino as Mr. Frog would go hard as fuck. I think.
I'm Mr. Frog.
Thanks again for bailing me out of jail.
This is my show. And I eat the bug.
I love you.
I ate the bug. This is the end. I love you. I love that.
Comedy gold. Let's go. Let's make it reality.
And far less controversial than the old Mr. Frog.
Trade a night in jail for a chance to whoop that fool's butt too. But did you hear what Randy did? Somehow, he got Stephanie to step down as GM, and now Orton himself is claiming the job.
The good news just keeps coming. Let's say we go have a look at the new GM ourselves.
All right, man. I'll see you there.
This is a conspiracy. C-O-N... Spiracy.
Spiracy.
Thank you. Ron Killings will be NWA World Champ for 6 months, at least.
Hey, Jailbird. Out on bail so soon?
Lose my number.
Nothing beats a cool, refreshing sip of water.
Good. Swing by my office.
Thank you.
We'll discuss where John Cena fits in with my vision of Raw.
I'm on my way.
Have you ever watched TNA, John? I want to do that. That Chris Sabin guy, I like him a lot. Whoa, hold on. I like him so much that I'm breaking the backstage area just to impress him.
Yeah. We're just gonna keep on walking.
Gonna keep on walking. Oos. With fucking MVP here. Jeez, hey man! Hey! Chill out!
Look, he's getting ready for the hurt.
Oh my god, these fucking guys again.
But at least we got MVP this time.
I haven't changed it much. Yet.
Oh, you gonna paint it yellow?
Dude looks like Yakuza character.
I'm
I
probably
love that.
not going to do that. But you can be sure changes are coming, Cena. But I'm a busy man and I've got a show to run. I'm not going to shirk my responsibilities like the old GM did. So, I'll give you your match for tonight. You and your little running buddy here will be in a match against... Vladimir Kozlov and Ezekiel Jackson.
Cool.
You think we're scared of your two ogres, Randy?
Since there's going to be some redesigning going on around here, let's make it an elimination-style tables match. I think that'll be a good way to kick off the age of GM Orton. Now be gone. You two boys are dismissed.
Man, dude, this is like gimmicks on top of gimmicks. It really is TNA. Let's do it.
Also, I was gonna say, Tom, I was just about to say the same exact thing. Randy, the instant he becomes, the instant he has like bigger muscle or whatnot is like, yeah, Cody, Ted, I need you to go find something else to do, bud.
I'm sending you over to. I'm sending you to TNA. Only you, Cody. Ted, I'm sending you to 5 to 10 years behind bars. Yes.
But wait, I thought we just set John there. Oh, you're going for a different reason, bud.
5 to 10 years behind bars, Ted. With no parole. You set yourself, Stev. He crossed the line. He did. Dude, he fucking...
What's on the card? What's on the card?
Oh, yeah, that's right. Semi-main. Right, dude, Mysterio and Morrison?
Oh, shit.
DiBiase and Rhodes are working over Kofi tonight.
You know, I better see like a 3-on-3 match of you, MVP, and Kofi versus Legacy. That's a match I'd pay to see.
That would actually be pretty awesome. Yeah.
Also, Kane and Michelle McCool versus Bourne and Maurice. Where are these women just being like tossed around to different dudes?
Dude.
This is WWE.
Dude, Kane and Maurice didn't work out, you know?
Yeah, right.
I mean, you know, Kane, like, he puts feelers out there. So.
Just ask Lita.
It wasn't my fault, dude. Now we gotta show them what domination is all about, dude. Yeah, Pringles in a bowl.
The following contest is a tables match.
It's elimination style tables match, Tony.
Through a table.
I know.
And their partner.
Dude, whoever was mocapping him really didn't do him good.
9 pounds, Ezekiel Jackson.
Wait, why is Tony on Raw? Dude, he was on Raw in Chris Jericho's story. We've seen hide nor hair of Justin Roberts for the majority of these playthroughs.
Pretty sure they only had enough budget in the funding for one of the guys, so they went, "Hey, Tony."
Justin Roberts said, "Yeah, fuck this. I'm gonna go to AEW." 9 years ahead of time. I met this kid, Tony Khan. He's got some good ideas, brother.
He's got a few good ideas. We just need to wait a couple years for his father to own the Jacksonville Jaguars, and then we'll go from there.
Exactly. He's going to TNA. 10 years in the joint for Ted Jr. is gonna make him a fucking pussy. I play games.
I was gonna say, nah, TNA's too good for Ted.
And Montel Vontavious Porter.
This is the new legacy. Right, well, where's fucking Johnny then? Where's Slip? Where's Duel? Unless, like, Vladimir and Ezekiel make up the numbers of all of New Legacy.
Well, I mean, they're each like 1.5 people. So.
That's very true. I didn't say it wasn't Inc. Oh, I'm sorry. It's not New Legacy Inc. It's just New Legacy. Alright. Here.
One of the new Raw general managers, Randy Orton's first actions was making this match.
And the newest member of the New Legacy, John Cena.
It's just like Legacy.
Yeah, exactly. The MVP Cena powers implode. Dude, the Union has broken apart once more. That's crazy.
Oh, great. Now we're getting Wisconsin back.
Cena into the headlock. Tremendous impact on the barricaded ringside. He was hoisted and turned inside out.
So, like, doing table spots in this is actual... Or, like, getting table breaks in this game can be kind of easy depending on how you position your opponent.
So just like the 2K games.
A little bit, yeah. Although the 2K
It's
games,
almost time
like
for a
even
2-minute
easier.
Cheetos break, my dudes.
Yeah.
Alright, can someone... Alright, I do not have any mods here right now, so I gotta snooze it myself. Or I don't, because we don't have any snoozes available. So I'm sorry, we gotta run it. One more time, brother.
It's break time. Where the heck's the Cheetos, my dudes?
What the fuck? Dude, Gitsy on top of Gitsy?
Well, damn.
Fuck it, I'm gonna let this run.
Neither is
Oh no, we're gonna get two different audios now.
The worst fighting games ever made ever from Disney Interactive. The
Yep.
animation is when you pop in this game 5 years ago. The main character of the movie.
Dude, this is like the longest one, too. This is 7 goddamn minutes. I'm not gonna play it all for 7 minutes.
With the same 3D fighting models that were used in the making of the fighting game fans have to admit that this game fights the game use, so the ending is not even worth seeing. But
Here, I'll pile more on top.
So here we go, only used for character animation because the backgrounds do not.
How much more are we getting?
Graphics of Donkey Kong Country. As any good devoted game player knows, Donkey Kong Country was created with Silicon Graphics computers.
3 more.
Have edging problems.
You go too much for power.
Namco Museum Volume. Now here's an infuriating game. This is a top-selling PC game. Now
What are you talking about? It's great.
I can't hear my own thoughts.
You know, like the gifs of like the mat flying at you? You know, like the flying math memes? That's what I feel like listening to this shit. I'll keep this going until the ad's done.
Yeah.
The problem is in the spaceship, where you must enter a musical sequence to assist. The musical sequence is found in a book in the library. And there's even a hard
I am. Thanks for
Nom nom
asking.
nom. Oh, excuse me, we're back, my dudes.
Okay, we're good. It was funny for a minute, and then it wasn't. So
it was funny for a bit, and then it just kept layering on over each other.
Why was Pocahontas on there?
Why not at this point?
Dude.
You know.
What? Hey, Ezekiel.
Collar and elbow tie up.
Watch it.
You tell me.
What the?
Ezekiel?
Whoa!
Remember, this is
Dude, they're both the table. Wow.
that weapon is about as legal as a headlock.
We are the table.
Right. Okay, cool. Come on.
On that table, not where you want to be.
Dude, are you kidding me?
Jackson.
Zeke, take my fucking table bump, please.
Look out! Cat's butt.
Cena.
You hear how his leg connected?
Oh, look at this.
Okay, not what I wanted to do, but okay, go off.
John Cena's ground game is always
New Legacy implodes. Dude, there's 2 implosions in this match.
Kozlov.
I mean, I knew that the tag division in the Fed was like weak at this point, but I didn't expect it to be this bad.
I think Legacy would learn after a while.
Man, right before the Rumble-thon, too. Dude, I wish that the Rumble-thon was fucking annual. Because that's... Hey, hello, Hanoi, how are you?
And there's another nasty kick to the gut. You gotta figure it becomes extreme.
I need to add gifs of, like, my dog in there just for the fun of it.
There you go.
Because the gif is called Hell Monster. 1 or more of them appear.
He drops
Come on. Get to the table, you big lug.
Oh, directly
Ow!
He drops the elbow.
He'll make Marty... Vince is desperately trying to look for 2 new HBKs, and he'll make Marty Jannetty out of whoever.
Oh, God. Are they both the Marty Jannetties in this situation?
Dude.
Ring rope in ways that it was never intended to be used.
Dude, everyone in this match is Marty Jannetty.
Going from one painful move to another.
Even Cena.
Even Cena.
Yeah.
Just a
No!
suplex.
No!
Devastating reversal by the former Sambo champion.
By the former...
He's putting those educated feet to good
Here.
use.
Now they haven't cowardly escaped through a window yet. Oh, what, Cena?
Control now.
Cena or Ezekiel Jackson?
Everyone.
Cena hits the 5-knuckle shuffle. MVP.
Yeah, shitty overdrive.
He calls that the playmaker, and nobody does it better. I think he's through
Playing around.
And there it is. The big boot connects. Oh my.
Yeah!
Smashed his opponent right through the table. There goes Ezekiel Jackson, and another table has entered the match.
If Kozlov's going to kill you chance here. It's crazy.
Kozlov's gonna kill you. Kozlov's gonna kill you.
Anything but the overdrive, no. Well, listen, it happened.
Overdrive!
So this is the thanks I get for doing the overdrive.
Overdrive!
I love that, honestly. I've never heard that before.
I just came up with it on the spot.
That's fucking good. I like that.
Thank you, thank you.
No! Save me, please. Thank you. Whoa! That was sick.
That was sick.
Dude.
Woo!
He's ready. He's ready for that CZW run, dude.
And neither man was
There you
eliminated.
go.
These two are definitely no joke.
John's gonna be
Well, I'm sure
destroying
Randy
the
Orton is
independent
not
scene.
laughing in the general manager's office. What will Orton do to disrupt their growing momentum?
No, get out of here.
Oh. maybe we should disable that one just for a bit.
I will absolutely do no such thing, brother.
Okay.
I have control over Gitsy. It's just about how much control I want to exert over it.
Yeah, fair enough.
George Wood has a lot of power, and he scares me. The Clinton years. You're gay, he said the Clinton years.
Monday Night Raw is live from Omaha. Michael Cole and
You gotta forgive yourself. The accident wasn't your fault.
days away from Elimination Chamber.
Former #1 contender John Cena is still trying to get a title shot, but GM Randy Orton, who also happens to be WWE champion, has been less than supportive.
With elimination,
Well, Lawler did say at the end of the match, Teddy, "Oh my God, Cena! Neither of the men got eliminated." Ah!
Fellow movie star, John Cena. I've been doing research for my
Hey.
role as a sexy cop stud for 13 rounds. Extra innings. While detectivating, I came across a constipation to commit a crime.
I'm going to assume you mean conspiracy, Santino.
Ah, very good, Jenna. What I found is Cody Rhodes and Ted DiBiase are up to many things.
Are they?
Nothing I can arrest them for yet, but they will slip up. And when they do, Santino will be a spoke on the wheels of justice. Crime. It's everywhere. Detective Santino, he guards the night.
Yes.
What?
I love this.
Dude, there he goes. So long, Space
There he
Cowboy.
There he goes into the night.
literally, he's fucking. Dude, he fucking heard about Ted's. He fucking heard about Ted Junior's money laundering scheme, and he's gotta shut that shit down now.
I need that. First off, you gotta make that into an edit. That's your next video.
I am,
right
dude. I'm marking that shit later for fucking Jada. That's awesome.
Make sure if you can try to see if you can find the song that they use in like the old like Incredible Hulk like movie or whatnot. Or Incredible Hulk
dude.
Where he's walking away with like his thumb out or whatever.
My God, my chair! I'm falling, dude. I'm falling out of my chair. What is this? The Santino 2022.
Quick, Santino's gonna tell Hulk Hogan how to book TNA.
I think that's the Chris Sabin, and I think that the Chris Sabin should actually go to Superstars.
I think that the Chris lightsaber should go to Superstars. While we're at it, we need to do something with the bee sting.
What the? I'm sorry. What did you say after that?
While we're at it, we need to do something with the bee sting.
The bee sting. The Apple Jam Styles. The Alex Shellfish.
There we go. Oh my God.
Skinny butt out to the ring. MVP is waiting on you.
Okay.
I shall go talk to Eric Biscoff.
What's your problem, Mark?
I've just been hearing some things about you, Cena, and they're not good things.
Why is everyone talking shit about me?
Yeah! Dude, you're gonna believe Randy Orton over me?
Yeah.
Like, Randy Orton's a snake. He said it himself. You know?
Maybe the champion, but he's a fucking dick.
He's a fucking snake in the grass, and it is hunting season. I said so.
Hey, maybe we have a match on the card.
What's that to say? Yeah. I mean, the GM's office is empty, so I don't know. Randy's looking pretty bad. Mark Henry
versus Cena.
Got Hart and Kid probably in a handicap match versus MVP. Mysterio, Triple H, Ziggler, and Kozlov? What kind of universe mode is this?
Yeah, right.
Okay, well, how about this
Big
one?
Big Show, HBK, Big Show. Oh wait, Triple H is booked on there twice.
Dude, he's opening and closing the show.
Oh great, it's the Reign of Terror all over again.
He's in multi-man matches both times. What? Man. Well, it'll be yours. Your universe. Dude, if I see Triple H on the card twice, I'm taking this disc out and smashing it with a hammer. Well, it'll be your... Wait, I did see the match graphic. What's happening here?
I don't.
What?
Oh, what the...
MVP is in the ring, so that can only mean one thing. Big things popping, little things stopping. So sit back, relax, and enjoy.
Orton knows how to book a. He learned it from me.
And all of you.
See, Orton, I have a lot of faith in how he's gonna run the show.
Is someone else who the man is trying to keep down. Please join me in
I'm strapping the rocket to the new legacy. What up, boo?
Thanks for having me, MVP. First-time guest, long-time viewer, love the show. And you're right. The man is trying to keep us down. Randy Orton is afraid either one of us is going to snatch up his WWE Championship.
He's so afraid, he made himself general manager.
He's so afraid, he started buying extra-strength diapers.
Oh.
He's so afraid.
Okay, that's enough.
He's incompetent at being continent.
I won't have my
being
employees disrespecting
continent.
me, especially when they're
That's
a
not
bunch of
wrong.
hypocrites.
Yes.
You both view me as the bad guy here. But
You
little
are.
do you know, you're each much bigger enemies to each other than I could ever be.
Look, we
I
already
mean,
went
see,
through our whole entire
how
little
many
stage
times
of
has
going against
MVP
each other.
tried to use
Yeah, I
you
know.
as a stepping stone. Tried to run you out of the WWE.
Now wait a minute, Randy. I admit, I used to be pretty devious myself. But it was nothing compared to the level you've sunk to.
Dude, everyone on this roster is with the Wolfpack Dark Raven.
And now you think Cena's your friend, MVP. Your partner.
Yeah, we're the Union.
Well, he's not. But you don't have to take my word for it. MVP could more than compete with you, John. I bet he could even beat you.
MVP doesn't have it in him to do that. Not anymore.
Ouch, John. But regardless of your low opinion of MVP,
That footage was altered.
more worthy #1 contender than you are.
I ain't worried about him. I've beaten him more times than I can count.
What did I tell you?
Is this what the AI is trying to be? Because somehow that was better.
I don't mean to interrupt.
This is
but I
AI.
want to let you both know that you have matches at
I
the
hope it's not
Elimination
AI.
Chamber
This aggression shall not stand.
against each other. In a last man standing match.
Ah, okay.
You can settle your differences there.
MVP, why would you fall for Randy's thing so immediately?
No, really. Dude, he says himself, he's a snake. I'm aware of your time, and you, Cena, I'm aware of your time as a self. Ah, dude, you watched the fucking video. Thank you, Teddy. Cena, I'm aware of the crimes you committed. Hold on. Henry, do you want to talk to me again, bro, or no? Like, why is everyone just taking Randy's word at face value here? Everyone knows how he is. He's a snake in the grass.
Get lost.
Fuck you too.
What video? Genuine question. It's up on my main channel. It was one that I made like a year and a half ago. It was on the Smackdown vs. Raw 2009 story mode for Cena. Alright, we're gonna go and fight Mark Henry now. We're gonna go and send this guy over the super... No, we're sending the Smackdown, actually. Superstars where the big boys are paid.
Yeah, we gotta say Superstar for the big guys.
Following contest is scheduled for
This entrance is crazy to me, though. Because I'm pretty sure this is his entrance in the next game, too. And that's when he was fully into his Hall of Pain character. So, he would not be doing this at all.
Right.
Henry!
I wasn't following you last year. Yeah, I know. But now you are. I'm happy you're here, Tom. Wait, no, like, literally, like, one of Randy's first, like, decrees here is that he wanted everyone to wrestle in, like, red and black gear. But in Cena's rebellion, he refused to follow those mandates. Yeah, like they didn't give him a heel entrance until WWE 13.
Newbury, Massachusetts.
Yeah, because programming's a bitch.
I remember as a kid playing WWE 12, and like changing Mark's entrance to something that was more heelish, because him coming out all smiling and shit when he was like big in the Hall of Pain run didn't make sense to me.
New World Orton.
New World Orton, Viper Den. I like that. You know what? Dude, that's actually cool as hell. I like that.
Yeah.
The Viper Den. That's cool as hell.
What Cena said about his friend. A textbook suplex.
I mean, like, listen, man, MVP, like, you fucking used Adobe Premiere before, right? That shit was clearly altered.
But tonight, he's extra motivated. I'm sure if
Orton's already part of the NWO. He's in the NWO Lakers, LMAO. Wait, what? Hold on. Back up. The NWO Lakers?
Is that a reference to that one match that got Mr. Kennedy fired when it
Oh!
was like Lakers versus Nuggets?
Right, yeah. Yeah. Like when it was like the or like the Lakers versus the Chicken Nuggets. I believe that's what they're called, anyways.
There's no
Close enough.
Cena's thinking here.
I'm jobbing him out here.
This is why he needs to be on SmackDown.
Yeah, exactly. He can't hang with the guys on the second biggest show in wrestling. Second only to Superstars. There you go. The horribly aged that people today probably don't know what Windows Movie Maker is.
This guy knows every trick in the book.
Yeah, that is unfortunate.
Because that doesn't exist anymore, I believe.
John Cena dodged a very dangerous obstacle right there in an angry Mark Henry.
I don't know whether Orton's footage is doctored or not, but some superstars hit first and ask questions later.
And now it's Cena.
It doesn't exist, yeah. Last version was on Windows 7.
With all the turmoil that surrounds this match.
Did anything ever replace it?
These two meet in the ring.
I can't wait to see what happens on Sunday, Michael. Friends or foes, they're going to lay it all on the line.
MVP, Cena. Will Elimination Chamber prove their destruction?
Man, you filled all that time, brother. Wow. Okay. I think we're doing Elimination Chamber next. I mean, like... okay, cool.
Yeah, there you go. Oh, it's St. Louis. Okay.
We're in St. Louis. Dude. If Randy isn't on this card, then he's just playing like his hometown here.
Welcome.
Yeah, exactly,
Thank you for joining us at Elimination Chamber live from St. Louis. We have what may be
Yeah, like I've been Premiere Proing and DaVinci Resolving for like 10 years now, so I can't say I've paid attention if like Windows ever replaced Movie Maker.
Square off in a last man standing match with so much at stake for each man.
That's right, King. With bad blood flowing, Cena and MVP will collide in a showdown crafted by Raw General Manager Randy Orton.
And once again, Cena's actions got him in trouble.
I have to disagree with you there, King. But we'll see what the future holds for both of them tonight.
I love how the crux of this whole thing here is that Randy got a license on fucking like Adobe Premiere and like altered the footage.
I like how all this is just basically Randy got butthurt because Cena earned a chance to get a title. So I'm going to do everything I can to make it difficult for everyone, no matter what.
Dude, he's a generational hater. What? Dude, what is this card? We got the Extreme Elimination Chamber 2.0. We have Cena versus MVP, Jack Swagger versus Matt freaking Hardy.
Must be for the U.S. Championship.
Probably. The Raw Elimination Chamber and the SmackDown Elimination Chamber. That's 3 Elimination Chambers on this night. That's crazy.
Insane. Also, the fact that we're getting ECW to the Elimination Chamber Vietnam flashbacks.
Wait, what do you mean Bobby Lashley was in there? and Test and Hardcore Holly. Dude, what are you talking about? Come on, we're gonna go and watch the Extreme Elimination Chamber with Rob Van Dam, Sabu, the Sandman, all of the favorite ECW guys you know and love. Come on.
Hey, you know I didn't say those things.
I saw it with my own eyes, Cena. Heard it with my own ears, too. And you know what? It doesn't matter anyway. Whether it's a conspiracy or not, it doesn't change the fact that we stand in each other's way. And it has to end tonight.
You're right. On the road to WrestleMania, it's every man for himself. But understand this. I'm a man of my word. And I did not say those things.
Thank you, Doors. Last man standing match.
I'll say, is that like the password?
Yeah. Password is starring in the Barbie movie. Or at least guest starring in it. I don't know why they changed the standard definition elimination chamber for the main event.
Last man standing match. The only way to win this match.
Listen, man, by that point, they've ran 2 fucking chambers. They ran out of budget. You know?
Yeah, right.
From Miami, Florida, weighing in at 250.
They added another elimination chamber match, and you know when you add something, you obviously need to subtract something. And in this case, it's definition. Pay-per-view pyro! Wow!
You know, good shit.
I don't even think MVP gets this in the modern day. I know that, like, in the 2K games that he was in before he left, he would, like, do that pose and no pyro would come out, and that was very weird to me. Because I always associate that pose with pyro, and the fact that there was no pyro was really strange to me. Why they alright, GM mode logic, yes. Yes, that's right. This right here was booked by our favorite man, the one and only Gira. Right, let's see here.
And his opponent from West Newbury, Massachusetts, weighing 240 pounds, John Cena.
John Cena. John Cena.
John Cena.
I don't know, I enjoy that thing that Justin Roberts does where he adds like a little E there where he's like Gion.
And these two former partners are set.
Alright, we need the big fight music, I think. Or our Canyon from Sonic.
Defeat your opponent so badly, they can't answer the referee's 10 count. Talk about brutal.
I will say, even though we didn't get Sonic last night, we did get Mega Man. And Mega Man is also blue, so you know it's close enough.
There you go.
Close enough for me. There's also a new like D&D game coming that used like a Tool song, and that was really cool to me.
Yeah. No, it was actually pretty good. It's insane.
I'm sure just 6 days ago, neither of these two would have guessed they'd be in a match.
Not gonna lie, that has the most gaudy looking thing about his entrance attire. Well, it's a good thing he gets rid of it, you know? Like he learns, oh, I don't want this shit. Here, you have it. Yeah. I'm pretty sure this right here is giving me like SVR 2009 flashbacks though, because
I wonder why.
The WrestleMania main event in that story was, you know, Cena versus MVP in an Iron Man match. And there was a point where like we were just so far ahead that I literally like got out to pee, and MVP got 2 points on me. Not like 2 points ahead of me. He just scored 2 points. And both of them were countouts, apparently.
This is it. Here he goes.
At least according to the people that were in chat and watching. Doesn't even bother it. Doesn't bother with it in tag entrances. I mean, in tag entrances, I think he's already, like, in his gear, so, you know.
It's almost time for a 2-minute Cheetos break, my dudes.
No. No, it is not.
So he really needs to suck it up and just do what he does best right now. MVP.
Come on, no. Let me use my finish. Please. It's right there. No!
Ooh, and there's a hard right hand. Cena.
I will... You know what, Post? This is something that I talked about, like, on the last stream, but I'll ask you it as well. Have you ever been, like, sold something while you're working? Like, someone comes up to you and tries to sell you something while you're on the job?
Elaborate. What you mean by that? 'Cause I think I know what you mean.
Like you're just sitting there doing your or like you're just standing there like you're doing your usual work, and you're waiting for someone to like come back because they have something that you need, right?
Okay.
And someone approaches you like trying to hawk their bullshit to you.
Yeah, I think I know what you mean. I think I know what you're going on about.
Because that happened to me while I was like working at Walmart the other day, right?
Oh, okay.
Because so like it's like all this revolves around a guy that doesn't really even work at Walmart. We'll call him Carl, right?
Okay. We got Carl.
Carl works with a third-party company, right? That basically Walmart allows to kind of, you know, be there to sell like cheap lines of like data. Well, cheap, quote-unquote, lines of data and new phones, right?
Okay.
I hear them talk about their goddamn phones and their lines of data all day long over the intercom, right?
Okay.
And they station themselves in the tech area, right? I go over there. Carl is working, you know, the stand, right?
Right.
I go up to, you know, my coworker that actually works at Walmart. Not Carl, because he's with the third-party company again. I go up to my coworker. I say, "Hey, I need a key for the Switch 2 case," right?
Well, this match was not John
You know, my
Cena's
coworker
idea.
walks to the back to grab it. While I'm waiting for the coworker, here comes Carl, right?
Oh no!
And he starts making small talk with me. He's like, "Hey, hey yourself," and I'm like, and I'm thinking to myself, "Oh, well, I've never really talked to any of the guys from like, you know, the company that sells, you know, like these data lines. Maybe he's cool, right?" He then hits me with the, "Are you looking for a new phone?"
Oh god!
And I'm just like, "No, I am not. No, thank you, but I'm not." And he's like, I mean, we got like 3 lines of data for like $25 each or something like that. I'm like, dude, I am not looking for a phone. There was like a bit more small talk after that, and then he fucking walked away. It was so fucking weird. Like Carl, first off, no, Carl, I do not want a new phone, and I do not want lines of data. Second of all, even if I did want them, do you really think I could afford them? Right? Like, I'm sitting here, I'm at Walmart, I am, like, phone and data line are the things that are on my mind the least right now. What's on my mind right now is how many minutes I have till lunch, you know?
Yep, no, I get that.
I'm literally checking my phone every 2 minutes, just counting down the goddamn minutes, you know? I do not want to be sold a phone right now. Thank you. Like, I'm not even, like, upset about it. I'm just impressed at the audacity of this man. You know?
You're right. Like, you know what? I appreciate you, but also, like, can you just, like, not?
Can you... But, like, fuck off. Like, can you talk about anything that's not your phones or your goddamn data lines? I would really appreciate that. You know? I would like that quite immensely. Like, tell me about Carl. What does Carl like that's not phones or data lines? You know?
Phones. Fuck.
Dude, he likes phones.
It's
and
almost time
lines,
for a
and maybe
2-minute
a third
Cheetos
thing,
break,
too.
my dudes.
depending on the mood you catch him in. I like Minecraft. Thank you. At least you like Minecraft.
It's break time.
I
Where
like
the heck's
Minecraft
the
on my
Cheetos,
phone.
my
Fuck,
dudes?
dude. Stop. That's not what I was going with that.
Neither is Samurai
That's
Shodown.
not where I was going with
Probably
that.
one of the worst
They
fighting
got
games
you,
ever
though.
made for the PSX.
yeah,
The
they fucking
animation
got
is
me.
pathetic.
Somehow they
Was
wrapped
this
it back
game
around
made
the phones.
5 years ago? Yuck, yuck, yuck. Yeah, the game has double-digit characters and special moves galore, but the moves are not vital to success. If you like this game, then fess up. You're a fighting junkie. Come on, even fighting game fans have to admit that this game bites the big one. The ending is not even worth seeing, but you know how we are with spoiling endings, so here we go once more.
That was not me. That was just the video.
I figured. I'm not exactly expecting like peak graphics when it comes to.
Oh, really? Are you kidding me? Wow.
I mean, it's peak entertainment.
It is. It's good. That's why I include it. But yeah.
There you go.
Also, I know that we're 3.5 hours in, but we are at the last month of this story. So.
Hell yeah. Hey, look, I'm having a good time. I'm having fun. Don't worry.
Great. Fantastic.
Yeah. Trust me, if I was really stressed about time or whatnot, I would have said something a lot sooner. Don't worry.
Thank you.
Of course.
Because I'm good with, going for a long time here, so.
Yeah, I'm here for good times and good vibes.
Great. Fantastic. All right, we gotta wait for the friggin' ad to end. The homunculus will tell us when it's done.
That's right. I will say, thank goodness we're actually doing this tonight instead of yesterday like we initially planned, because I would have probably had to go to bed at this point.
Well, you know what? It's a good thing that I accepted
Om
the
nom
job
nom.
shadowing
Oh,
opportunity
excuse me,
then.
we're back, my dudes.
There you
Yeah,
go.
welcome back to Raw. By the way, I did a job shadowing thing today. I think it went very well. So.
Good. I hope it went well, seriously.
Last man standing. I'm requesting you come to my office as soon as possible. Thank you for your compliance.
Don't mess my message, pal. Don't you close that phone just yet, because I have something to tell you.
Welcome to Monday Night Raw. The road to WrestleMania picks up steam here tonight in Tacoma, Washington. And for John Cena, last night was one that he'll always remember and like to forget.
Cena beat MVP in their last man standing match, but it wasn't something he savored, Michael.
Raw General Manager Randy Orton successfully defended his title inside the Elimination Chamber last night. Will these two finally have a showdown in the ring this week?
No. We're saving that for Mania, pal. Damn, thank you. Thank you for your compliance. Are you a tech bro? Get out of here. We didn't bully people like Elon Musk enough.
Right.
We needed to bully them more. What the? Oh boy. You know what, Randy?
Who the fuck are these guys?
You know what, Randy? Good on you for finding some like local talent here and giving them a nice payday. Stephanie would never do this.
Hey, thank you for paying. Is that Harrison Ford on the left?
Harrison Ford?
John, I've got to commend you on your great match last night.
Pretty sure that's
If it wasn't
MJF
for
on the
my
right.
Thrilling victory. It would have been the best match in the Elimination Chamber.
That's because I'm good at my job. Unlike the general manager of this place.
I've missed your sense of humor while you've been legally mandated to remain 20 feet from me at all times. I already told MVP before, and I'm telling you now. Your match was so great that I'm going to let you two do it again. Tonight. And because I missed it live last night, I'm lifting the restraining order against you, so I can be the guest referee.
What's your angle in all this, Randy?
I didn't think you psychopaths were such skeptics. Tell you what, if you win, I'll give you a shot at my WWE Championship at WrestleMania. Consider it a verbal contract. These three will serve as witnesses.
And what about MVP?
My arrangement with him is none of your business.
Continue to play your little games and spin your little webs, Randy. When all is said and done, I'll be standing over you with the title around my waist and your blood on my hands.
Wow. Damn, dude.
Damn.
Okay, you know what? Maybe Cena. Okay, you know what? Maybe Randy has a point.
Yeah.
I mean, that was kind of.
I mean, look, in Cena's defense, like he's had his limit. Like,
yeah,
it's getting to the point where this is ridiculous. Like, look, I am paid to wrestle and go for the championship. My goal is to get championships, and you being a petty little bitch is making things difficult.
It's getting in the way of that, yeah.
If I wanted stupid, convoluted ways to try to find a championship, I would be in TNA right now.
Mm-hmm. I mean, like I said, it's hunting season. He's playing stupid games and he's gonna win stupid prizes here soon.
Yep.
He's gonna end WrestleMania jabbing his thumbs into Randy's eyes. That'd be cold as fuck. This feels like a setup here.
From Miami, Florida.
Of course it's a setup.
There's no way this is gonna have a clean finish, dude. Like, Randy's gonna come out here, he's gonna, like, RKO one of us, and then that's gonna be it.
Inserted himself in the middle of this match, much like the way he's driven a wedge between Cena and MVP over the past few weeks. There's got to be something up his sleeve.
Jeez, dude. You know what? That was pretty cool. He caught me in the shoulder tackle.
You know what? Respect.
And there's an elbow drop.
Can I do springboards? No, I cannot. Dude, I wanted to see. Alright, well, can I do suicidas? No. Oh man, I want to be a spot monkey just one time in this.
Right on the tape, across MVP's nose, like a bullseye.
Oh, okay, man. Alas, all I can do is a flying, like... It's a flying, like, fist.
Oh, wow.
Alright, cool. Remind me after this stream to send you something that's been kind of... It's kind of become a thing on this stream post.
Oh?
Because ever since I showed a particular video on the stream, kimchi has become kind of a recurring thing.
Okay.
Because there's a video out there of like, Gordon Ramsay making a grilled cheese, right?
Mm-hmm.
And in the middle of it, he uses like homemade kimchi, and it's like, for one thing, like, it isn't like, you know, fully like grilled all the way.
Oh, gee.
Two,
these competitors are so
he uses his goddamn fireplace in the living room to grill it. There's kimchi in the middle of it, which, you know, if you don't like kimchi, your mileage is gonna vary on that.
Yep. I'm pretty sure I've heard several people just like talking about how atrocious this Gordon Ramsay grilled cheese is more than anything else.
What the?
You call that a match? Here's what we're going to do.
What?
There's a chair in the rampway. I want one of you to get it and hit your opponent. Do it. Do it, or you're fired.
What? Oh, okay, cool. I'm sorry.
I'm ordering you.
I'm sorry. I love you.
Yeah, exactly.
Don't do it, John.
No!
Yeah, you didn't have to aim for the head. Jesus Christ!
Yeah, like you didn't have to aim for the head.
Now pin him.
Pin him? I thought this was last man standing.
It's the last man standing match.
Here is your winner. And my opponent for WrestleMania, the psychopath, John Cena.
To be fair, he does look a little crazed.
Well, I mean, look, if your job site was like changing things 20 million times around you and withholding opportunities like you deserve or whatnot, you go crazy.
I also hate to say this, but as Raw's GM, I am negating your Royal Rumble victory stipulation. If you want a title shot at WrestleMania, you'll have to do it for the World Heavyweight Championship.
I can't believe Cena would do that. Maybe Randy Orton was right all along.
What do you mean?
MVP of his WrestleMania title shot?
I didn't fucking want him to be stripped. I changed the rule. I'm changing the rules to this match. I'm starting it now. This is scheduled for one fall. It's just a normal single. It's just a normal singles match now. To be fair, I do think that this is coming together after, you know, a weird first third of
Raw
it.
is coming to you live tonight from Portland, Oregon. We are just 3 weeks away from WrestleMania, ladies and gentlemen, and now we know who will face Randy Orton for the WWE
3
Championship.
weeks.
As you saw last week, Randy Orton got John Cena to betray his friend MVP to get a title shot at the big event.
Dude, we were in a match.
But he's going to face Orton at WrestleMania. I knew Cena had it in him the whole time, Cole. He'll do anything for that championship.
Randy Orton gave him no choice, King. Even still, I'm sure MVP is mighty sore about things.
Mighty sore.
Figuratively and literally. You can bet he'll have something to say tonight.
If only this meant Cena turned honest to God heel. He does not in this campaign. No, he doesn't.
Well, if it isn't my favorite chair-swinging madman, it was good to see the killer instinct return to you last week. But I hope you have some left for this week. I'm putting you in a match against Kofi Kingston. And just because I can, it's going to be a no disqualification match. Go get him, Tiger.
Okay.
Okay, brother. Sure. Oh boy, we got promo time? Oh no. MVP, please, man.
No DQ against you, Cena? Hey, anything can happen. May the best man win out there. Just don't try anything crazy.
I'm gonna do my job out there, Kofi. All these people thinking I got a screw loose, it may start to happen.
Okay, well...
Dude,
you're not even gonna once defend yourself from these allegations?
No, it's just, I'm just thinking, it's like, hey, don't do anything crazy out there. Hey, aren't you supposed to be Jamaican?
That's very true.
Yeah.
That's very true. Once upon a time.
Now last week, when John Cena busted that chair over me, he did two things. One, he became Randy Orton's puppet. And two, he stole my title shot.
He stole my title.
He's a junkie, baby. The man's a junkie for the WWE Championship. He has to have it.
Is that not what we're all here for?
Come on, MVP. I didn't have a choice last week.
What about me? Orton told me he'd strip me of the shot I earned at WrestleMania if I lost. But I wasn't gonna sink that low. You could have stepped aside and let a brother get a title shot. Come on, Cena. You had your turn at the WWE Championship.
MVP, I want that WWE Championship. That title belongs around my waist. I earned my title shot months ago by beating you. I didn't want to bust that chair over your head, but that was the only way I could get what's rightfully mine. Unfortunately, you got in the way. I'm sorry, but that's life.
No comeback? Alright, brother. And fucking Todd Grisham was just standing here watching that. Alright, brother.
Hey, what's up, Todd? How's your mother doing?
It's MVP.
All right, Randy, what do you want?
Wear some different colors for once.
Yeah, for God's sakes. Have some variety in
The
your
ring
life.
isn't in here, Cena. Your opponent for tonight isn't in here, just your boss.
I guess I'm just so insane, I don't know where the ring is. I may snap at any second.
If you do, the next second you'll find yourself out of a... What is it? Oh, Mr. McMahon. Hello. Yes, I stripped MVP of the championship match. Yes, but Mr. Get out of here right now!
Oh?
Yes, sir, I see, sir, but... Yes, but Okay. Yes, sir.
Sounds like someone flew too close to the sun.
How dare you take that opportunity away from MVP? He was going to be the leader of superstars.
Think of the ratings, pal.
We were going to take superstars to a whole new level.
We were finally gonna put TNA on the ground. And you had to do this?
And you just had to have your championship.
But no, you just had to have the championship. You and your pride and your ego. There's a goddamn video that I saw the other day that was like Hotel Mario but with Breaking Bad script. And this...
Oh my goodness.
You know what? I'm going to show you it because I've referenced it twice right now. I'm just going to show you it real fast.
121 pounds, Kofi Kingston.
Hold on. Need to make sure that I'm sharing it with you.
I see it.
I don't owe you a damn thing. All of this falling apart like this is on you.
Wow! You screw up, get yourself followed by Bowser, and now suddenly this is all my fault.
We had a good thing, you stupid son of a bitch. We had the princess. We had everything we needed. It all ran like clockwork. You could have shut your mouth, checked the instruction book, and made as much money as you ever needed. It was perfect. But no, you just had to blow it up. You, then your pride and your ego. You just had to be the man. If you'd done your job, known your place, we'd all be fine right now.
Beautiful. That was wonderful.
I love
10 out of 10.
I love the pause at the end. It's
great.
It has the pacing of a Hotel Mario cutscene. It's great.
Cena is put in another strange matchup.
And I've just been thinking about it like for fucking like days ever since finding it, and it just makes me laugh every time. It's introduced multiple new vocal sims for me. Like, we had the princess, we had everything we needed, it all ran like clockwork.
You and your stupid pride.
You and your pride and your ego.
That'll leave a mark.
It's good. I love it. Jesus Christ!
Oh, look at this! DDT!
Listen, man, I'm John Cena.
Please, there are kids in the audience.
God damn it, dude.
There are
You
families that
lunatic.
paid for this.
You're making us crazy, Cena.
Looking to put his opponent away right here.
I'm not gonna say it.
Say it. No.
You're Jamaican us crazy, Cena.
No, I don't know what I expected.
Yeah, you don't know what you expected. I mean, we did mention, like, Kofi earlier, so...
Attitude adjustment.
Yep.
Aren't you supposed to be from West Newbury, Massachusetts?
True.
John Cena has beaten one of Raw's most electrifying superstars.
Is it just me? Or did he do more damage to Kofi than was really necessary to win the match?
Dude, I didn't even employ any no DQ stuff.
Those gut punches, though. I mean, come on.
Yeah, that was laying on a little bit thick.
Like, Jesus, he barely has a chest. Why go for the gut next?
Yeah, to be fair, that was a little bit, unnecessary. But hey, we did it. We beat the nefarious Kofi Kingston.
We beat any last remnants of Jamaican out of him.
He is now fully and unabashedly South African. Oh, hey, promo time.
A lot of stories are going around the WWE Universe. Stories about how John Cena is a maniac. Don't lock eyes with John Cena. Don't leave raw meat out near John Cena.
Don't leave Raw's meat out near John Cena?
I'm here to tell you.
Who's leaving the meat out?
Don't believe the hype. I want to give a shout out to Kofi Kingston, who was injured during our match last week. Well, that didn't happen because I went crazy.
It happened because I punched him in the gut 10 times.
Take when we get in this ring. And Kofi knew that risk. We all do. It's the price we pay to compete and entertain the greatest bands in the world.
Hey, that's me.
But all these people treat me like I'm dangerous.
Me?
Like I'm out of control.
What the hell?
I'm here to tell you that you're
You heard that
perfectly
one
safe
fan
around
too?
me.
This crowd is crazy.
That is, unless your name is Randy Orton. Randy?
Dude, he's about to come out here.
Standing across the ring from you,
Pretty sure.
you finally have to look me in the eyes. You're gonna see dangerous. You're gonna see crazy. And then
Line?
you're gonna see a new WWE champion.
So is that our whole night? Night done. All right. Okay, night done.
Fuck it, this is all Raw is going to be. Just the promo.
Okay, hold on. Hold on.
John Cena going crazy and killing the Raw roster.
Dude, what kind of a prompt is that?
Hold on. Tag me in.
Oh, you want to cut this promo?
I'll cut the promo.
Oh, brother, okay. Okay, hold on. I gotta get your goddamn thing in here then. Get your notes together. We have a guest promo here, ladies and gentlemen, and everyone in between.
Let's go.
Here, you're right here. All right, your time begins now.
Now, you see, it appears that John Cena seems to be going in this little bit of a insane, little bit of craziness more than anything else. I don't think you guys are looking at this the right way. You don't understand. That is the drive. That is the determination. That is what this business is built upon. All right? And John Cena, if you think that this is going crazy, you haven't seen a competitor like me at that top-notch level. There are things that I do not regret doing inside that ring. There are things that I will be able to do. I will go not just to the limit, but over the limit. Shout out to the pay-per-view. More than anything else, I would be more than happy to show you what it is to go a little bit crazy, a little bit insane. Know that there is a few screws loose, because by the end of it all, there won't be just a few screws loose. There might be a few joints loose. There might be a few teeth loose. Because, John, if you want to know what insane is like, look me deep in the eyes and tell me that you want that championship.
1 minute done, yay!
Thank you.
Everyone, throw the roses.
Never get some fucking roses.
Get him now! Where is it? Yay! Yay!
Yeah.
Yay!
Yeah. There we go.
Hooray! Yay!
Wait, think I did a good job? Think I did decently?
Yeah. I mean, it was at least a bit more, like organized than mine. So, I'm over here talking about goddamn hunting season, and you're just gonna be like, I'm gonna give you CTE in that ring, brother. Get in here.
Well, I mean, they're talking about John Cena. John Cena's going crazy. He's going insane.
Yeah. He's fucking Jack Nicholson over here,
Exactly.
He's about to, go out into the freezing snow and come back completely frozen. So
John Cena's insane. He's crazy. Good job. That ain't nothing.
Literally, he's about to pick up an axe and go, "Here's Johnny." So, and it'll be perfectly valid because he is in fact Johnny. Yes, exactly. Thank you, Tom Street. I was thinking that. Literally at WrestleMania, we pull out the fucking axe.
Let me get this straight. A 7-foot-tall, 480-pound beast runs to ringside last week and costs us the match.
Oh yeah, there's like these little mini stories happening in the background too if you decide to, interact.
Our opponents. How the
Here and
hell
there.
did we let that happen? I mean, Big Show isn't like some invisible ninja. Barring that, it should take a whole army of other guys to cause us to lose to paintbrushes like Rhodes and DiBiase.
I think most of the problems stem from the fact that while I was
Paintbrushers?
being waylaid by Big Show, you were spitting water at teenage girls in the audience.
She had a DX t-shirt. I was making the customer... And anyway, since when did I have to fight your battles for you?
Oh, you may be fighting in my battles sooner than you think, Hunter.
Because I'm retiring and going to CNA.
All right, let's see what the match card's looking like tonight. Oh, we got a full one tonight.
What is John Hickenbottom doing in the Impact Zone?
Oh, Jesus.
Keep your fetish away from me. Keep your Kentucky Fried fetish away from me. Hold on, I need to save.
Also, I was gonna say, look at that match card.
Yeah, we need to look at the match card, don't we?
Like I said, we actually got 6 matches tonight, which is insane.
Have a good night, Patch. Thank you very much for contributing to tonight's festivities.
Yeah.
Evan Bourne?
Evan Bourne?
But he has,
MVP
like, a
versus
match at
Bucky.
Mania against Mysterio here soon. What is this?
Well, Mysterio also has a match against HBK.
That's very true. Dude, this is crazy. This is honestly kind of a crazy card. Well, you know what? At least Randy's still helping his boys in the background. Because, like,
Yeah,
he's been
exactly.
pairing them up, like, with these, like, giant guys here. You know? Like, Ezekiel Jackson, known shoot fighter. Finally, Michael Hickenbottom against Sean Morley. Don't forget the Control R versus against HBK at EC. Dude, that was a 5-star match. Michael Cole said so. The Control R is our created character for like the custom story in
Gotcha.
this game.
Gotcha.
He's also a Gaming in the Clinton Years legend that we put into this game.
Oh, okay.
Dude, a cage match
How rude
against
of me.
against Matt Seidel.
Cage match?
The following contest is a steel cage match.
What is this Ring of Honor bullshit here?
Introducing first, weighing in at 183 pounds, Evan.
Summer Bond.
It's almost time for a
Go to
2-minute
theme.
Cheetos break, my dudes.
The Caw VA dropped. Your streak will die, and that went so hard. Dude, it actually kind of did. Like, the VA for, like, the created character actually, like, went pretty hard in the booth. I'm not even gonna lie to you.
Johnson.
Here, we'll go ahead and run the ad here. I swear we'll only do one. One
Okay.
Damien the Clinton years. We
It's
won't be
break
stacking
time.
them.
Where the heck's the Cheetos, my
Raul,
dudes?
Raul, do you genuinely dislike that?
What, the stacking?
Yeah, the stacking.
Well, like, I was fine with it being like
Battle
one
Maniacs
stacked
by
on top of each other.
Trade
I wasn't
West,
fine
the
with it being
Dark Queen
20 of them
and
stacked
Cyrus
one upon
Blackmire
Listen,
you know?
listen, I get what you're saying, but it wasn't 20.
In the mysterious world
It's 4.
called Gamescape. The
You know what I
Battletoads
mean.
I know what you mean, yes.
crash their way into
Thank
the
you for the
Gamescape and
hydrate,
tackle
Killer
super
Cobra.
pigs, flies, and rats in order to rescue their friends. Although this game is
I know
very
what you
similar
mean,
to
yes.
the NES original, pro players
It's
will
funny
still
for like
find enough
20.
challenge,
It's funny for like 10
fun, and
seconds.
enjoyment with the game anyway.
Exactly.
The graphics, character animation, and big characters deliver hot action. The bonus level is
I like
so
loud and
cool
overstimulating
because
things.
you'll feel
Hot!
like you're ice skating and bumper cars.
I want to speak to a
This
very
eight-stage
hot.
game is not as long as the NES version, but is just as hard. The new
We're doing
turbo
good
tunnel
over
is
here,
difficult,
Killer Cobra.
so
We're
remember
kind
to
of
keep
nearing
pressing
the end
jump
of
button
this
if you fall into
playthrough
one
here.
of the pits because you'll be sprung out of the pit
We have
if
3
a
more
small
matches, including the
platform
one that
appears.
we're about to work.
Battletoads for the Super NES has a code that gives you 5 lives and 5 continues. During the introduction,
I enjoy this
press
one
and hold
mostly for how
down,
like George
B,
reads the
and
script,
A until
because
the
out of
Battle Maniacs
all
logo
of the
appears, and then press
vids here,
start.
this one sounds the
flag will
most like he's
flash
just
red
reading from
if
the
you
sheet.
entered the code correctly. This same code will give
Yeah, it
you
seems like
5
it.
lives if you use it on the NES game.
It is the Jack
Battletoads and Battle
Swagger
Maniacs
game
is
in the Clinton
practically
years video.
perfection, combining movie-like
Yes.
cinematic qualities with a great variety of action. True video game fans will appreciate the maintenance of high fun throughout and the unbeatable challenge, which can only be conquered with excessive practice. Battletoads
Excessive.
and Battle Maniacs offers extremely high challenge even with 5 continues,
Battle Maniac.
resulting in a game that's hard to beat.
Beautiful.
We are in fact nearing the end here, though. We have 3 more matches. So,
Om nom nom. Oh, excuse me, we're back, my dudes.
welcome back to Raw. Let's fuck up Matt Seidel.
Let's destroy Matt Seidel in a cage. Make him regret what he signed up for.
And we find ourselves joined on commentary by Montel Montavious Porter. Welcome, MVP.
Oh, MVPs.
It's nice to see
It's M. It's the world where
Okay.
Mysterio fights Swagger and they have Bourne fuck off to Raw.
What do you think, MVP?
You know what? At least he got, you know, like a show upgrade.
Mind game.
He went from the 3rd best show to the 2nd one. Is this escape only, or can you pin and submit, Evan? Let's see.
A powerful belly-to-belly.
I'm pretty sure you can. Well,
No, you can't. Wait, maybe you can.
let's
Hold
see.
on.
Oh, high, an explosive suplex.
Nope, it is escape only.
Dangerous impact to the neck.
Alright, well, let's go ahead and wrap this up quick, then. I have a WrestleMania payday to get, brother.
yeah.
Cena's doing a good job of keeping Evan Bourne. I think he's through
Playing around!
What should Evan be thinking to win this?
It is the worst kind of cage match, yes. Yes, the only win condition is to run from your opponent.
Cena drives his fist down. 5 knuckle shuffle. John Cena.
I'm not running from Evan Bourne.
Yeah, it's Evan Bourne.
Alright, man, you're gonna fly. There you go.
There you go.
Alright, I'm gone.
Take your time, man.
Or is this one over?
You gotta get out of the cage to win. Cena could be a
See ya.
Yeah, Evan.
Eat shit, Matt Seidel.
Cena wins. Cena wins.
Let me know what it's like to fight Danhausen.
He appears out from under the ring.
Has won this thrilling cage match against Evan Bourne.
We'll see if Bourne needs an ambulance too.
All right,
John
calm
Cena
down, Michael.
claims not to be trying to injure people, but week after week, the number of injuries he causes climbs higher and higher. At some point, he's going to have to answer for that. And it could be Randy Orton that does it. Or, you know, it could be someone else.
Cena's on a big
Did we watch the same match, Emp?
be more motivated to try to flatten it before WrestleMania. What does Orton
I thought you had my back at one point, dog. Like,
Yeah.
what the fuck?
Like, does everyone on Raw have, like, brittle bones or something? Like, what's going on here? Everyone keeps getting injured at my hand. At my hand.
I mean, it's Mania season. It's Mania season, so probably everyone's just overworked.
yeah. I mean, like, the fucking house show loop does something to you, dude.
Raw is live in Los Angeles, and we're just 6 days away. Look, MVP is coming down to the ring.
What? That audio was, like, doubled over. Did you hear that?
Yeah, I hear it.
I feel like they're watching 90s ECW while we're watching PG WWE.
WWE Universe is buzzing.
What do you mean the Sandman wasn't in this match?
John Cena versus Randy Orton. The psychopath
He was back there smoking crack in the back.
corrupt GM. But everybody forgot one little thing. Me. Montel Vontavious Porter.
You want to talk about people we've forgotten? What about
I won
the
Royal
old
Rumble
legacy?
match, which meant I could name my title shot at WrestleMania. Now, Randy Orton tried to use his GM powers to prevent that from happening, but I went to the one man above him, Mr. McMahon. I explained to the boss what happened, and he made an executive decision. So guess what? Orton, Cena, I'm coming. And neither one of you can stop me.
He set the line.
Be the new WWE champion. Because MVP is balling.
Yeah. I'm not gonna lie, Chad. I might throw. I might throw the match.
Honestly, valid.
I hope MVP wins. Listen, we're already like a 5-time world champion at this point, right? At least. We don't need the title again.
Cena, Orton, I'm coming.
Bars. Dude, that's insane. I don't even run the show, but I'm booking you to lose.
Hey, where is everyone?
Dude, Cody and DiBiase have less of a role in this than goddamn Ezekiel Jackson and Kozlov. It's crazy.
Yeah.
Like, all of this has just been happening in the background. Hold on. That makes me think. Can I find them in the locker room? Yeah, exactly. Everyone else is insane. And they're all like none of y'all are drinking enough. Well, okay, Yoshitatsu. No one in here is drinking enough milk, you know? That's why their bones...
Only one here? That's insane.
Exactly. They're living in 90s ECW style. Oh, hey.
Trips.
H.
What are you doing in here, Cena? Weren't you gonna be fed to some ravenous monsters right about now?
What? What?
God damn!
Why is everyone such an asshole? I'm literally doing nothing over here, man.
I'm just doing my job.
I'm just doing my job, injuring the whole roster. It's okay.
Look, it's not my fault that everyone's fucking overworked as hell.
It's not my fault. Yeah, exactly.
Go talk about it with Randy.
It's not my
GM.
It's not my fault that everyone just came off of the 10th ECW tribute show at TNA. Come on.
Yeah, exactly.
They're living at 90s WCW style. Fucking Matt Sydal in the back doing crack with the Sandman is crazy.
I'm sorry that freaking you guys gotta do the indie scene so much more just to cover up for all the payments or whatnot.
I know, right? Goddamn Matt Sydal's in the back getting high with RVD now.
Very clever, MVP.
It's not my fault you're not on the top of the food chain, Randy. Both you and Cena tried to use me to get what you wanted. Well, it's time I got mine.
Don't blame me. I'm crazy, remember?
MVP, you think you're the playmaker? Well, here's a little play for you. You and Cena are going to team up tonight. You're going to face Big Show and Sheamus. You and that Sheamus guy have a lot in common, Cena.
Wait. I know you too well, Randy. What's the catch?
The catch is I'm going to take something out of your own playbook. Remember the Better Than Utopia rules you cooked up with Cena a couple of years ago? They're back. Except I'm calling them Age of Orton rules. And I'm giving them to your opponents.
Wait, so that means we need to get a 5 count on them?
Plus, they don't have to worry about countouts or rope breaks, but we do? Yeah, I remember that.
Deja vu all over again, huh, Cena? Enjoy your little trip down memory lane. And I'll enjoy you leaving my office right now.
That is an impressive bit of continuity that I don't expect from these games, frankly.
Right?
For
Yeah, I
them
was
to
gonna say,
incorporate shit from, like games that came out 2 years ago.
Yeah, and I was gonna say, like, you were saying that, like, you know, just hoping there's some sort of reference to it or whatnot. Well, here's that reference.
Mm-hmm. I mean, like, you know, like, earlier in the playthrough, like, Cena, like, alluded to, you know, MVP not being a heel anymore. You know, referring to, you know, the 2009 game. So.
Right.
And the Better Than Utopia rules, or as we call them, the Wisconsin rules,
the Wisconsin
are back.
rules.
The Culver's triple stack rules are back in play, brother. All right. Are we coming out all buddy-buddy? Yeah.
Introducing first,
Hey, man, sorry for cracking you over the head.
Hey, yeah, sorry for thinking you were a liar.
We made up in gorilla position.
Yeah.
I like that. The Union is as strong as it's ever been, dude.
For now.
Maybe call them Wisconsin rules. It's obscure long boy lore. All right.
standing at 7 feet.
It's in a video on my YouTube channel.
Okay, please tell me I am not the only one. I'm pretty sure I've asked this to other people before. Please tell me I'm not the only one that thought that Big Show sang his theme.
I thought that too for a long time.
Okay. I'm glad I'm not that crazy.
It sounds like a Big Show voice, doesn't it?
Exactly.
It literally sounds like a Big Show voice. As a resident of Wisconsin, like, this is the first I've heard. Well, listen, we do things different around here. What now?
Wisconsin's a weird place, homie.
It is. Sorry, I'm stepping over you again.
No. You were perfectly good. Besides, you're reading chat. It's all okay. No, as well as I thought, at the very least, it was like the first note. The where is the Big Show? I figured that was just Big Show alone.
Yeah, seriously. Unfortunately, it's not. Instead, it's a shameful thing. Lobster head.
Too many limes.
Too many limes. Oh, yes. This thing bangs, dude.
Oh no, it does.
Popped hard when they brought it back.
Right.
Does he still have it?
No.
What, dude?
they got fight. They got fight night.
It's fight night. Also, Sheamus was all pupil there. I don't know if you saw that. That was crazy. It was like a lizard man.
I'll say, well, to be fair, it blends in with the rest of the pasty stuff of him.
I was about to say. I mean, that's what happens when you have too many limes, I guess, you know?
Yep, too many limes. Too many limes.
Your pupils become the size of the moon, like Panic at the Disco said.
Countered by Sheamus.
I'm pretty sure whatever that is the opposite of scurvy.
Your eyes are the size of the moon. I thought Sheamus sang his theme. Dude, same. Dude, literally when I was, like, young, I just thought everyone sang their theme. Besides Randy. Like, that's a very not Randy voice. You know?
Yeah.
Unless it was like very obvious. I just saw everyone saying their own shit, frankly.
Yeah. Well, I mean, for the longest time, I think everyone thought that Jericho sang his theme, and then we eventually got a Jericho sung theme by Jericho.
Yeah, exactly. Eventually, he did sing his theme all the time. So
yeah.
In fact, he sang it twice because they stopped using Judas, and then they used another Fozzy song after that. I'm not gonna lie, they shouldn't have gotten rid of Judas.
No, exactly, they shouldn't have.
Because even though I don't really enjoy Judas that much, like that was, I mean, that was part of his gimmick. It was over, you know?
If it wasn't for these
this match over already? God damn.
Dude, dude, go to SmackDown, dude. You're out of here.
You know what? Fuck this. We're starting up NXT just for you to go to it.
Somehow beat the odds, but in 6 days, these two will be adversaries, not partners.
They both seek Randy Orton's WWE Championship at WrestleMania and have shown they'll do anything to win it.
It seems like an eternity since Cena crushed MVP with a chair to earn his title shot. But MVP remembers, and Randy Orton lies in wait for both. It's WrestleMania this Sunday on pay-per-view.
Yeah, chat, I'm gonna throw. I'm throwing this match. I'm throwing this match.
Yeah, if there's one thing MVP deserves, it's the belt.
But after this, we need to have one more match. Because we need to make the continuities between all these stories make sense. And the only way I know how is to create an undisputed WWE Championship match between MVP and Chris Jericho.
There we go.
The only real outcome is having Randy lose.
We are at the showcase of the Immortals, WrestleMania. This is
Actually, I'm going to challenge you to add another thread to it. We're going to make a triple threat match.
Okay.
Ultimate Championship. MVP versus Jericho versus Santina.
I love that. Dude, that's money.
Right?
Dude, it's money. Not only is it money, very fucking funny too. So,
thank you.
Is still Raw's general manager, and as such has been able to further tilt the scales in his favor. We've been told it's a lumberjack match.
MVP, no.
Surrounded by WWE superstars. I can only guess who they'll be.
Both Cena and MVP have overcome a lot of adversity on this road to WrestleMania. Can either of them take the final step tonight?
I love how Cena cut this big promo about, oh, I'm not unsafe, and then...
By the night's end, Randy's head will be cut off like the snake he is.
Oh. Alright, but don't say that too loud, you know, next to the snake you're standing to, homunculus. It's pretty, that's pretty insensitive of you.
They all tried to get in the way. They thought love was something they could beat with their hands.
Oh.
You have a way with words, Big Red. I saw how determined you were to prove yourself to your love. How many people you ran over to get there. I liked it.
Yeah, the bloodstains are still in the car.
I beat Maurice up tonight. Jealousy.
Bet? You liked it?
Love sometimes takes a few broken bones. Lord knows I've broken a few over the years. I think you and I, we could be something, Sheamus.
Oh.
Yes. Strength. And beauty. Sheamus and Beth.
Make sure to send me an invitation to the wedding, so I can be somewhere else.
Alright, well, you just won't get one, John. Jesus Christ.
You know what? Maybe John is a psychopath.
He's just a fucking dick loser. I'm throwing. Again, I'm throwing this shit tonight.
This is it, Cena. Every twist and turn, the underhanded way you tried to screw me, it all gets settled tonight, dog.
Whether I pin you or Orton tonight, it doesn't matter to me. I battled too hard, paid too big a price to lose now. MVP, the champ is here!
We're not hearing that music by the end of the night.
This is one of those times where I wish that we could have, like, WrestleMania, like, attire. Because generally, when I play like story modes in 2K games, when we get to the final matches, I like putting my characters in big match attire.
Right. No, I'm just saying, like, anytime I'm doing, like, universe mode or whatnot, with 2K, if I can, or if I'm doing, like, like, the, what's the word? Like, if I'm trying to also do, like, the single-person story mode or whatnot, or...
Yeah.
I think showcase mode, I think is what it's called.
Showcase
mode,
either
yes. Way, I think so. Either way, I try to like get my own person, like for big matches, but especially for like WrestleMania, give me that special attire for it.
Mm-hmm.
How could this
doesn't feel the same?
Beaten by the Hart Dynasty? Isn't a legacy better than a dynasty?
What am I? A dictionary?
You're a failure.
Well, my partner was too busy getting pinned for me to really show what I can do.
Okay.
Well, there was at least one fact spewed in this. There was at least one fact spewed in that statement.
Yeah.
Ted DiBiase is a failure.
Dude, Cody tried to fuck on him.
I knew I couldn't trust you, Jericho. We had a plan to beat Undertaker, and you blew it.
Undertaker won because you walked into a chokeslam when I happened to be out of the ring.
You were out there cowering like a scared kitten.
I'm not scared of Undertaker, and I'm sure not scared of you, punk. Use that tone with me again, and you might find yourself put to sleep.
I'm the one who puts people to sleep, Jericho. I'll show you personally on SmackDown this Friday.
Oh. The SmackDown after WrestleMania is looking impressive.
It might just become the #2 show.
Oh. That's a bold statement.
It's a bold statement, but like Superstars remains undefeated though.
Well, I mean, we knew that.
There's no taking its crown, unfortunately. But yeah, like that is Legacy's legacy in this playthrough. They are just forgotten about until the very end.
I guess Santino really is like in depth with the detective stuff, huh? We haven't seen him once since he ran off into the night.
That's very true. That's very true. Like the moment that Santino made it his mission to goddamn uncover him DiBiase's bullshit. They've been real quiet ever since then. So they've been quieter than a church mouse ever since Santino really locked in on his detectivating stuff, as he calls it.
He knew too much. He knew too much.
Way too much. All right. So I'm gonna set this to normal mode because I don't know if there is, an alternate thing for losing to MVP.
Right.
I'm pretty sure there is one. Losing to MVP. Tom said that there is no ending for like letting Randy win, which implies to me that there is one for beating, rather one for MVP winning. So I'm going to see if that's the case.
Yeah, let's do that. Like, look, John, we love you. We're gonna cry our eyes out tomorrow night during the Saturday night main event. But
you don't need this.
It's MVP's night.
Exactly. You don't need this. MVP needs this. We gotta make him look strong, brother. Literally, if you pin me, I will not kick out.
Look, just wait a couple years. You can make the Nexus look weak, and you can have that for yourself.
Mm-hmm.
From Miami, Florida, weighing in at 200.
I don't know if there even is one for him winning. Well, that's why I said it's to normal mode. So that way, if there is no bonus ending for like MVP winning, then we can just easily win the match.
Yeah.
All right. Big fight music. What the? Okay, well, you know what? At least Legacy was able to get a payday. We're gonna do.
I'm pretty sure Junior's gonna need all the paydays he can get.
For fucking sure. Here.
We've all waited to see has finally begun.
What I'm made of.
Versus MVP. Randy's goons.
Holy shit!
Oh, Jesus. He just got yeeted.
However, they may work together against the champ.
Literally, if MVP wins, I'm not gonna kick out. Or, like, if he pins me, I'm not gonna kick out.
I thought you already had a finisher, but no, that's Kozlov just popping up
Yeah, that
out
was
of nowhere.
Kozlov.
The ring to the floor.
We have 3 lumberjacks in this match. All of them are Randy Plants.
We want to at least do something against Randy.
Tremendously painful move to the spine.
I'm gonna try some here. What happens if I throw him out?
Oh, and this one's spilling out of the ring.
Yeah, they're not gonna do a damn thing.
Of course not. Oh, wait, hold.
From the ring to the floor. Ah, look at this. And there he goes again. Kozlov.
No, I knocked you out backstage, I think. I honestly don't remember which one of you I knocked out, but I knocked out one of you.
Squeezing down on the head. Now taking this match outside. The ref can only watch and observe here as there are
No, get back in the ring. It's your time, brother. It's your time. We have one
My
lumberjack.
time is up. Your time is now.
Exactly. You're right. You knocked out Ezekiel somehow.
has the headlock.
I knocked him out so hard that he had to give up shoot fighting, and he couldn't be here tonight.
A suplex like that takes a lot of power and delivers a lot of impact.
MVP goes behind.
Literally, I'm just gonna let MVP get his shit in most of the time. You know, if he wants to. He could also just not if he wants to.
Drives the elbow down again.
I did knock out Ezekiel in the back, yes. It probably doesn't make a difference as to whether or not he's here, though. It's probably just the game forgetting about the shoot fighter extraordinaire.
Delivered to the neck. What an impact from the name.
Just like WWE did.
Hey, hey, watch your tone. He won the IC title.
And the ECW championship.
And, yeah, the last ECW championship.
MVP is struggling to compete with these two multi-time.
I'm surprised that, like, they didn't, like, try to, like, do anything with him winning the last ECW championship after they stopped the brand.
They stopped caring about the brand. Why would they want to bring it up?
No, you could have made part of his character where it's like, oh, well, fuck you, I'm the final ECW champion. You know? You, like, carry around, like, as a prop. It'd be fun.
Cena.
That would be fun. That's why they didn't do it.
I genuinely think that, like, Vince just, like, wanted nothing to do with it. So.
What was the last champion? Was it not John Cena? Then we're not doing it.
Then I don't give a single shit, dude.
Devastating damage to the upper vertebrae.
ECW Silver Championship? More like bullshit.
You hear how his leg connected?
Cena.
Absolutely not. MVP, get him.
Look at the eyes of John
Kill!
Kill him. No! Kill him! Him! He's driven a wedge in our friendship, brother.
We had something special.
That's something special, and you allowed him to ruin it for us. No. No, I will not let you get this. You are losing this belt tonight, Randy.
A shining example of teamwork as they hit the double team.
Okay, fine.
That'll cause some damage.
The unfortunate thing about playing on this lower difficulty is that the AI is not smart.
Yeah, I figured.
Has the arm.
Uh-oh, it might be time to run.
I'll be there for you if you need me, MVP.
It's almost
Don't
time
worry.
for a 2-minute Cheetos
MVP
break, my dudes.
Casually, he just casually left. To
Just
deal with
casually-
the lumberjack.
Just casually, like, feeding himself to the lumberjacks here. Fuck your heat spots, dude. You need to come and get this championship. RVD RKO 10,067. Thanks for following, man. You're now a member of the Long Boy Club for life. We're trying to hand this championship to MVP, but I genuinely don't think he wants it.
Cena has the headlock.
After all this belly aching, he's like, you know what? No, that's way too much pressure for me, big guy.
Oh my, just raw, unmitigated.
Hello, Mario.
Wrestling. PK, how are you doing, my friend? It's been a while since I've seen you here. Hopefully you're doing well. I heard that you're having some trouble in the back alley of, like, what is it, a fucking Applebee's?
Hello, Mario.
In GIW.
The Burger King.
Oh, Burger King. Okay, got it.
Yep.
Well, that's even worse, honestly.
Oh my God, I will say, PK handled herself fairly well. She was able to...
Yeah, she handled, like, all those guys. There were, like, 6 of them there. I saw.
Exactly.
One of them was, like, Dallas and the Jays. That guy's power is, like, untold. It takes a lot.
He almost took his head off with that lariat.
I need to be in there to, like, help, like, bail out MVP.
Icy eyes. Right. The venomous look of Randy Orton. This might be big.
I may have foiled Postmaster Plan.
Look, all I'm just saying is, you know, I was so rudely not given opportunities like I so rightfully deserved.
Like MVP.
Exactly. And like MVP, I will do anything I can to make sure I get my opportunities.
But he's absorbing a lot of damage here.
All his effort won't mean anything if he can't pull off the win here tonight, Michael.
I'm pretty good at being a
Go for the
ninja.
pin.
Just, dude, go for the pin. I promise you I will not kick out.
Okay. Now fight me.
Come on. Come on. No!
Why are you...
The championship win isn't here, brother.
He almost took his head off with that lariat. Big kick echoing around the arena.
You won't win the championship out there, dude.
Cena has the headlock.
Come on.
I don't know what's gonna happen here. Ouch!
Cena.
Stop gobbing over there, dude.
MVP's in trouble. John Cena is all fired up.
Stop using strikes, MVP. Get to grappling, please. Oh,
Another stiff
no,
kick.
no.
He's thrown his opponent out of the ring again. Cena.
I'm just gonna try to work him over here.
DiBiase. Orton is so cunning, so vicious. When he counters, Dream Street.
Also peak music video. Also peak music choice. This is part of my big fight music playlist on my stream deck. We should use Cena's Road to WrestleMania on 2009. Already did it, bud. It's on the VOD channel. And I also have an edited video of it. Yeah!
There you go.
All right.
MVP.
Special ending? What? MVP is a good guy and one heck of a superstar, but I need to shine here. What?
Oh, this is horseshit.
That is Hogan-esque, dude.
Dirty. They're doing my boy dirty.
That is no good. Wow. Fine. Fine, I'll actually win the match. It'll start with... Listen, I had to take out my aggression on someone. Okay?
Make the ref tap out.
Listen, it's nothing personal. He was simply in the way of my wrath. Okay? Anyways, want more music?
It's almost time for a
Frontiers
2-minute
maxing, let's do
Cheetos
it.
break, my dudes.
No, we need to run the friggin' ads again. I'm sorry. We all hate this. I apologize. Fucking Vince and his stupid mandates. Ow!
It's break time.
Hey,
Where the heck's the Cheetos,
don't
my
take out the
dudes?
giraffe.
I didn't do anything. I want this as much as you. But I literally have no choice in the matter.
Bubsy the Bobcat. Bubsy Snap.
No, we
is
saw this one
interrupted-
already.
Bubsy.
No, we saw this one already. Here, we'll see one that we haven't seen yet.
Oh, here we go.
Wrestling fans rejoice. WCW NWO
Peak
Revenge
time.
is here. With 50 real-life wrestlers, awesome animation, and tons of different moves, rolling around in virtual tights has never been so much fun. All this game needs is an option to play as Jesse the Body Ventura. Wouldn't that be cool? Or how about a wrestling game featuring Bill, Hillary, Monica Lewinsky, Ken Starr, Al D'Amato, and Henry Hyde? Now that would be the perfect wrestling game.
Huh?
Listen, whenever I think of Jesse the Body Ventura now, I just think of the Smiling Friends episode from season 3.
Oh yeah, no,
Charlie!
Oh, WWE.
What former WWE star and governor of Minnesota Jesse Ventura do? Charlie, you're being psychologically manipulated.
Just like I was in Vietnam.
I don't know why he targets Jesse Ventura specifically, but I just think it's funny.
Why did they target anyone in particular on that show? Because it's funny.
Hello, Mario. You're being psychologically manipulated. You're being played just like 9/11. Now, where were we? Oh, yeah.
Nom nom nom. Oh, excuse me, we're back, my dudes.
Welcome back to Raw. Or WrestleMania. We're Frontiers maxing now.
Good teamwork there.
Because we have to win this thing.
I am here, reaching far across the new frontiers.
Down on the head. Orton's in trouble.
What I would give to hear this track and this boss fight for the first time again.
I can imagine.
This was, as a lifelong fan, this made me emotional.
Used all his weight on that leg drop. There's press. And now a flurry of punches.
Fuck it, Super Cena mode, let's do it. I won't even exit the ring. Your stipulation? Fuck your stipulation, Randall.
This is gonna be super psycho Cena mode.
Super psychotic Cena. No way!
Oh wow.
No way!
Oh wait, what? Damn!
Dude, Super Cena to the maximum.
Yeah, no shit. God damn. I
Wow.
guess normal is.
Randy's fired? He's going to TNA.
He is the new WWE champion. And he won it with pure grit and determination.
Yeah, I didn't pin you, dude.
Claimed he had. MVP wasn't able to get the win tonight, but he shows respect to his opponent.
You know what?
Stop it, both of you. You're making me sick. I'll be damned if the two of you leave that ring on your own 2 feet. Not while I'm GM. Cody, Kozlov, get in there.
Oh, no you don't, Randy.
Hello.
I think we've all had enough of your antics, Randy.
Now that was like a 3.1 kick out, yeah.
Championship, and I'm going to earn some satisfaction, too. Under authorization of the WWE Board of Directors, you are hereby stripped of the position of General Manager effective immediately.
AKA.
I'm regaining the position and believe
For fucking sure.
John, I'm sorry to interrupt your celebration. Please, carry on.
What a finale to an unprecedented WrestleMania. John Cena has got back everything.
Meanwhile, Randy Orton has lost everything. And based on what Stephanie said, I'm sure the bad news is just starting for him.
The road to WrestleMania has come to
Better
an end.
championship.
Thank you very much.
Better Randy Orton story than what really happened in WrestleMania 25.
I feel like everyone could agree to that. Does this mean Orton's dead in the universe mode? You know what? That's a good question. Do we put him in the free agency pool? I think we do. Hold on just a second.
Yeah, honestly.
Here. I'm gonna put on music here while we do this.
Randy Orton suit.
Do we have time for one more match?
I think we have time for one more match.
Great, because we need to unify these championships here.
And make sure it's a triple threat.
That's what I was thinking, brother. All right, Randy Orton, free agent now.
Perfect.
Why is he a face? I see cheer. Why is he a face now? It's weird.
They're cheering for him because he's away. He's gone.
He's going to Ring of Honor. Okay. We need a triple threat match here. Cena. Not that jobber. Jericho, who's the current WWE champion. And we... So I know we said Santino, right?
Yep.
I am married to this idea. I'm married to the idea of MVP as champion.
Okay.
But Santino's funny.
Okay.
So.
No. So hear me out. Back out. Fatal 4-way.
Ah, brother, this is gonna take forever. But you're so right.
Look, we have to give the people what they want.
How about this? I'll meet you halfway. We need to do a battle royal here.
There we go.
That way we have a quick result. Right, we have Cena, Jericho, and Santino. The downfall of Legacy. Cena's back and he's gunning for Wisconsin. Listen. Wisconsin was folded back into the States during this playthrough, and we are now the Union. So...
Wait, is the championship on the line?
You cannot put the championship on the line. You're just on your own in this game. Unfortunately.
Gotcha.
So whoever wins this match, I'll just give them the title afterwards.
Good.
At WrestleMania, the bonus dark match. It's a battle royal.
Ah, yes, the Drew McIntyre Big Show of WrestleMania 26.
Which sees goddamn John Cena and Chris Jericho defending against MVP and Santino to determine the undisputed WWE champion. Cena is like a stealth bomber. Dude, I know all about it. Jim Ross knows all about that shit, dude. Just ask him. He'll tell you. It's so like Vince to not have an alternate ending where MVP wins the title.
Right.
Introducing first, from West Newbury, Massachusetts, weighing 248 pounds, John Cena.
I'm pretty sure that there's like an alternate take on that if he has the title where he's like John Cena.
Yeah, makes sense.
Thank you, Justin. I'm glad we have you back.
And his opponent from Miami, Florida, weighing 259 pounds, Montel Vontavious Porter, otherwise known as MVP.
Otherwise known as it. Okay. Cool. Boo. He's coming into this a double champ.
Weighing 226 pounds is the WWE champion.
He has both the US and WWE championship. Because that's how his story ended.
Right.
And they did forget about the US title in his story. But we did have a unification match between him and Jack Swagger, and Jericho won, so he's still the US champion.
Good. As long as it's not Jack Swagger.
As long as it's not Jack Swagger. I go on YouTube and the first ad I get is, "You're never gonna believe what I saw in Fortnite's Steal a Brain Rot with the Skibidi bundle." What?
227 pounds, Santino Marella.
That was a bunch of words you just typed out, Dark Raven. That's crazy. You just type that out with your hands and it makes no sense. At least I think it's your hands. It could be your nose for all I know.
That'd be impressive if it was the nose.
It'd be impressive, but it would make just about as much sense, which is none. Dude, I'm hoping Santino wins this shit.
I'm hoping for either MVP or Santino. One of them.
I'm rooting for Santino. I'm here again. I'm here for real this time.
I'm back in the fucking building again!
Dude, is Jericho almost gonna be out?
Wait, hold on.
MVP! Do you want this title or not?
He clearly does not want this title.
No, it's too much responsibility. Wait, no way.
Oh, wait.
No way.
Wait, hold on.
Oh, that was close. He's coming back through the ropes.
MVP, come on.
Come on.
Yeah!
Yes, alright. So
Jericho's losing this title here. He will only have one championship after this.
This arena is absolutely electric.
Come on. No! Cena's the bigger threat.
There you go. Alright, come on, do your stuff.
No!
There you go.
Santino!
Don't ruin this.
Help him, Santino!
Extremely important match. I mean, a win here makes him the #1 contender for the WWE Championship.
No, this doesn't make him #1 contender. This makes him the champ.
Yeah.
MVP, such a determined superstar.
Oh my god!
Yes. We're getting it.
We're getting the cool ass champion here. Dude, please. The Indie Darlings are gonna fight it out here at WrestleMania. Holy shit.
A swift kick.
Bring it up on the honkometer. Come on.
Yeah, bring it up. Bring that punch up on the honkometer. He's tapping into his Bloodsport pedigree. This right here is a goofball Santino. This is Josh Barnett's Bloodsport Santino.
There you go.
MVP brings so much passion and energy when he's in the ring.
I believe in you, Santino.
I believe in Santino. I believe in Santino. Chat, give me some I believe in Santinos in the chat.
Bring it up. Come on, people.
He landed right on his neck from that German suplex. Oh.
I believe in Santino Marella. Stop taunting. Go.
Slightest hint of weakness in the other. Ooh, and he got dropped.
Dude, they're not even like grappling. They're just fucking slugging it out here in the ring. I get the sentiment of wrapping up soon. It's almost 1 a.m.
No saying. Oh wait, this could be it. Oh come on!
Please wrap it up.
Interacting with the
Where my Cobras are. Where my Cobras at in chat. No!
Look, one way or another.
We're getting a good ass champion.
At the end of the day,
here.
we're winning. Yeah, at the end of the day, we're winning. All right. And
yeah.
MVP did it.
And that's it. And new WWE champion. It's MVP. Holy shit, dude.
And the new undisputed WWE champion, MVP.
Holy shit, dude. That's sick as hell. You know what? Santino ain't got nothing to be ashamed of. He lasted until the last two. So
Right? It's like Elimination Chamber all over again.
they were both in the ring with like a combined 10 plus world championships, between Cena and Jericho.
Absolutely.
Meanwhile, these two have had no world championships between them until
Damn shame.
until tonight.
Until tonight.
What an absolute class way to end tonight's stream, I would say.
I think that was the best way we could have won it, or best way we could have ended it.
Mm-hmm.
How can we top that?
You know, it's really hard. I honestly can't think of a much better way to top it.
Exactly.
You know, a really good way to have topped it would have been to have fucking MVP and Chris Jericho are now enemies. Uh-oh.
Oh, perfect. We could set up the first feud for them.
I was about to say, that's your first feud, brother. MVP is the new champion. Incredible.
Absolutely.
Honestly, I could not have asked for a better way to end what was an incredible stream. This was very fun. Thank you very much, Post.
Oh, thank you for the Hey, thank you for the opportunity. It was a lot of fun to be able to hop on here and just enjoy the chaos that is these games.
I love these very much. And yeah, let's see. We have to rate here. I will say we're not done with this game, not by a long shot, because we have universe mode to also do. And we're gonna be doing something a little cool with that, but
Absolutely.
that's gonna take a little bit of prep work to actually do.
May I make a recommendation on who we should rate out to?
Sure, we can do it.
I feel like it'd be very fitting for one wrestling person to raid to another wrestling person.
Absolutely.
Maxwell Flyweight is streaming right now.
Oh, Max. Okay, yes. Yeah, sure, we can do that. We can absolutely do that. What's he playing right now?
Gary's mod.
Gmod. Third annual Trouble in Tinseltown. What the heck is that?
I have no idea.
I could not tell you what it is just from looking at it, but I'm sure it's fun because it's Maxwell and he knows how to have a good time. So
exactly.
Before I start the raid, Post, shill your shit.
Once again, I am Post, host of the Postmodern Art Podcast, a podcast dedicated to giving artists who are willing to world over the platform they deserve. You can check out the podcast on YouTube at Postmodern Art Podcast, or check us out on Spotify or Apple Podcasts or wherever in the world you can find fantastic podcasts today. You can also follow us on social media on Blue Sky, Instagram, TikTok, and most social media platforms at Postmod Art Pod.
Go ahead and post the YouTube link in my chat.
I will be more than happy to do that. Let me find it real quick.
I'm glad that we gave Sans Tino that world title match after cracking the case on Ted Jr.
Ted Jr. Now you can go make sure that Chris Lightsaber and Sting have a fantastic career in TNA.
Chris Lightsaber is awesome. I'm not gonna lie to you.
Yeah, there's that YouTube link in the chat, people.
Go and follow him. fucking talks to a lot of like really cool people on his podcast. Is there one that's coming out that you're sort of looking forward to?
Well, technically I should be on hiatus right now, but I do have a Christmas episode coming out.
Ooh.
And just for you guys in the chat, I will let you know that I am bringing on Evan Kearsley. No, sorry, not Evan. Sorry, Seth Kearsley, who, for those who don't know, is a legendary director and storyboard artist in animation for over 30 years, including being the director for the Adam Sandler animated film 8 Crazy Nights, as well as the director of the unreleased Kingdom Hearts animated pilot.
Dude, I didn't even know there was a Kingdom Hearts animated pilot, but you fucking...
Oh, yeah.
Dude, you could have stopped at 8 Crazy Nights, I would have been sold, frankly. I would have been sold based on 8 Crazy Nights.
Well, that's going to be dropping Christmas Day.
Awesome. I'm looking forward to it, man. Again, thank you very much for, coming on here. It was fun to have a fellow wrestling fan.
Hey, no, it's absolutely fun. It was an absolute blast. And hey, do not hesitate to ask me to hop on. I would love to be on more often.
Absolutely. Next time we do a wrestling stream, we're actually going to be going back to a game that we played a while back. That is AEW Fight Forever, because all of its content is out right now, and I would like to see if it is any good right now, right? Because I feel like enough time has passed that we can kind of look back on it a little less critically, I suppose, and kind of look at it more for like, what it is. So
right, absolutely.
So yeah, that's kind of the next wrestling thing we'll be doing. But before that, we're going to be doing more Yakuza Like a Dragon, either tomorrow night or Sunday or Monday night, whichever one I feel is best.
I'll say probably Sunday night, because in fact, tomorrow night's the John Cena last match. I don't know if you want to watch that or not.
It is the John Cena last match. I would like to watch that, but the question is, will I be at work?
That, also very valid.
So if I can't, I guess let me know if Cena wins.
Yeah.
Anyways, I'll see you guys later. Have a good night.
Have fun, everyone.